drug trafficking, or other criminal organizations. The concern is over the potential implications of receiving unexplained funds and the possibility that such transactions could subsequently be used to create damaging associations. Well, another source of worry is how the sender obtained Atiku's personal banking details in the first place. According to the earlier statement by Shaibu, the account into which the money was paid is strictly personal and its details are not publicly available. The account is a strictly private one whose details are not in the public domain. This raises a fundamental question. How did unknown persons obtain the confidential banking details of a private citizen, the statement said. Atiku's camp had consequently raised questions over whether somebody with privileged access to sensitive financial information may have been responsible for exposing the details. Even more disturbing is the suspicion that such confidential information may have been obtained through persons with privileged access, the statement said. Vanguard gathered that the bank involved, one of Nigeria's top 5 banks, has launched an investigation into the circumstances surrounding the transaction. The bank was expected to revert to Atiku with its findings at the weekend as efforts continue to establish how the transaction occurred and, crucially, whether it could help identify its origin. The former vice president believes the implications extend beyond his personal circumstances. If the private banking information of the former vice president and the leading presidential candidates can be accessed and deployed for reasons yet unknown, then no Nigeria's financial privacy is safe, the statement quoted him as saying. Atiku also warned that unauthorized access to confidential financial information could create potentially serious security vulnerabilities for ordinary Nigerians. If established, this would amount to a grave abuse of power capable of exposing the account holder to kidnappers, terrorists, bandits, fraudsters, and other criminal elements, the statement added. For Atiku, therefore, the mystery is not simply about money unexpectedly appearing in his account. The questions are: who sent it? Why it was labeled as an electioneering campaign contribution, how the sender obtained details of a private account, and what purpose the transaction was intended to serve. Those questions have assumed greater significance given Atiku's status as a former vice president and prominent opposition politician ahead of the 2027 general election. Well, according to his spokesman, the matter has already been brought to the attention of security agencies and the Nigerian public. His camp views the development as one of a number of suspicious incidents in the political environment ahead of the 2027 elections and want the source of the payment as well as how the sender obtained the account details conclusively established. Until those questions are answered, the strange deposit is being treated not as a windfall but as a potential security and political red flag. When I saw the story on it was Friday morning, or rather Thursday, I think Thursday night, Friday morning, I was wondering, I began to wrap my head around our cyber security. I began to wrap my head around the banks and the information that they are privy to and how we cannot track certain things in the country. We begin to ask questions. Banks are making investigations now. Quite understandable that investigations should go into it, but I'm assuming that at their back end, they should be able to identify whatever money comes. Nobody's been able to state categorically the amount that was sent into the former vice president's account, but at their back end, they should be able to identify where money moved or how money moved. Or is the cyber security of the country really a concern to us? And well, the former vice president has spoken up and still speaking up about this, especially as the tag of the money is really concerning for him. What are your thoughts about this, Emmanuel Ndukwe?
Well, Queen, it's not much of a surprise indeed. It's not at all. It happens. Somebody could be, this is somebody that is not even influential in the society. You could be at your home and all that. You pick whatever you use in connecting with the banks and all that, or where you receive message for anything, withdrawal or deposit. Now you see that somebody had sent money, whether wrongly or rightly, into your account. It happens. So it's not a new thing. But, you know, the article own has grave implication, especially with a tag contribution for electioneering or whatever.
Yes.
So, you see, it is organized crime. Those that did it, they know what they're after. And the man they are doing it to also know how to handle such cases. See, he has moved. The very first and the fundamental move he made is to tell the security agencies. Atiku, I know, is not lacking money. And if he needs money, he will legitimately get them. So I think, as he has told them, the security agencies should join in the fray to look for who sent that money. And then, let's not talk about the motive, because the motive has given itself away by the heading of that contribution for electioneering or whatever.
Yes.
So it shows somebody that somebody somewhere wants to implicate Atiku into something that could be used against him, and then he drops off the electioneering position he's occupying, like a presidential candidate of ADC. You see, politics, Nigerian brand, is very dirty. Very, very dirty. And that is why, if anybody is also getting into it and you are not super dirty, you will not triumph. So those who have done this thing, very soon they may call it fake deposit or what. There is no fake deposit there. Somebody somewhere or some people somewhere sat down, calculated, and then said, let's send this thing. But like I said, Atiku himself is not, he's an old bird. He can't be caught with a chaff. So he knows exactly how to handle such issues. He's reported to the security agencies. The worst that could happen is that the money does not belong to me. If government wants to take the money, let them take. Simple. So there's no other, there's no way, if you have anything to tie on his neck, bring up such. Because he also came out and then made this kind of report. If not, you and I wouldn't have known. Those who wrote it in the papers, they wouldn't have done so. So for me, I don't think it's something that we should bother much about.
I know that you're not a security expert,
Yes.
but from your perspective, some people have been talking about the porosity of our cyber security infrastructure.
Yes.
I mean, he stated clearly that this particular account is not in the public domain. So how did the person get it?
Nothing is hidden. Nothing,
How?
absolutely.
So how do the banks, are the banks not able to protect personal information, data such as this? Because you're looking at the risk of this, you're looking at the criminal target, which you have mentioned over and again, Atiku Abubakar. How did these people get privileged access to this? And you're looking at the bank's weak internal controls, and I mean, a lot of things that you want to explore to how this can happen, and why some people are truly concerned about the security situation in the country. Now, we're talking cyber security. We talk about what's happening with terrorism, kidnapping, and other banditry and other forms of security that we're tackling as a country. Do you think that some people say our systems are really poor in every sector? That things like this can just happen. Someone's private account number that's not in the public domain. Maybe there are people around him who have access to it, but then isn't it really concerning? And looking at all of this, especially our cyber security infrastructure.
Well, ordinarily it should be, but in Nigeria it shouldn't. Now, just listen very carefully to my explanation. See, Atiku Abubakar is not Emmanuel Ndukwe. Understand me? Atiku is standing for making a move to occupy the highest office in Nigeria.
Okay.
And they know the perquisites or perks that follow that office. And so every human who have arsenals will indeed assemble that arsenal to make sure that Atiku is stopped, much as himself will be doing to stop even President Tinubu, all of them. I always say politicians are the same. They all know what they do. They don't want the other, because the sameness in them is that their interest which they are pursuing. If you block their way, they must look for one way or the other to knock you off and make sure they are sent to that particular position. So Atiku is not Emmanuel Ndukwe. If you come to my account, for instance, to hack into it, for instance, and you didn't see one kobo, what will be the use? Queen, do you understand what I'm saying? Now, if you go to Atiku's zone, on his own, he has money there.
Yeah.
Now, when we talk of looking for a way to coin that kind of heading, make contribution, whatever, bring in another one that will be suspicious, and then we'll be saying that they had broken some part of the law, security laws, then he is number one target. I won't be surprised if such happened to be or some of all these other people that are vying for positions. I wouldn't be surprised.
Are you saying that this is a very sensitive period and anything can happen in the
Of
polity
course,
and
of course.
certain people can be tagged as responsible for it?
Yes, see, Queen, let me tell you. You see your own account, whether there's something there or nothing there. If you were in the public eye to the level, it mustn't even reach the level of Atiku and others, to maybe a high level that may be still dwarfed by the Atiku position and all that. And they want to get your, even if you call it secret bank account, they'll get it. And like I said, nothing is hidden, because remember, everything exists on this earth. It's not in heaven. That's why I tell Nigerians when they say electronic voting is the best, I say when it starts, we'll also see the underbelly and start complaining. Nothing on this earth is hidden. So I am not even worried about how did the banks and all that. See, everywhere is a transactionary center. The banks could be approached. The authorities in the bank could be approached, and they'll make revelations. If not, tell me, how did this one happen? This is supposed to be known by Atiku himself. And then somebody, according to what they are making us know,
Yes.
good. And some other person send money to that. How did he do it now? That means that they have rummaged through the secrets, particularly targeting getting that account number, and they got it. To show you that, of course, the account number is not in heaven now, where men and women don't go. Until the right time, some will go. Now, if not, what are you telling me? Since it's not in heaven, it is where some other people could go and judge and then get what they want. That's exactly what they have done in getting that. So it's not a surprise at all. What has happened about this Atiku money, whether phantom money or whatever, but in reality, money exists for Atiku to squeak.
Yes.
So it means there is money. So that particular money, the development that follow it, cyber security and all the rest of them, are just not a surprise at all.
Well, let's see the investigations that the bank come up with, because the questions around how was his personal information, especially as regarding his bank details released. There was a situation with one of the banks, leading banks in Nigeria, where they were even the bank was hit with around 555.8 million for processing customer details without lawful consent. And the Nigeria Data Protection Commission is the primary watchdog regulating data privacy and the breaches. Under Section 48 of the NDPA, banks are classified as data controllers of major importance, and they may face severe statutory penalties for leaking customer information. That is, if it came from them. If it's not, however, the person got that personal account.
There's a huge caveat you put there.
Yes.
If it came from them.
If the lapses is from the bank.
Yes.
Well, that is. But because if the bank is done with their investigations and they cannot find anything at their back end as how the money, or would the bank even own up? How would the investigations go into understanding that that data breach came from the bank?
Wait, you see, we are living on earth where evil is wearing gaps and then gaps, everything. Evil. I'm not saying humans, evil. So, see, when the banks will be approached, the banks will deny everything. And now, if there are forensic, if it's not the type they did at NDC, if it's the real forensic investigation or auditing, they could find out. But who will be responsible for that? You see what we are talking about, fake agency. Nobody has been able to come out and say, no, it was this person and that person. The same thing will crisscross every way that maybe is supposed to have protected data and all that. It is only when you hold somebody that that person will tell you, yes, at least you are holding his hand. There's nothing he can deny about whatever. But this one, the banks, I want to tell you that perhaps, emphatically, money exchange hands to send whoever or those who are after Atiku before they embark on that journey. And they've succeeded somewhat. Now, Money will also be exchange hand for people to keep quiet, even if they see the reality. I'm telling you, that is this world. And there's a stage one will reach in life. One will understand all these things. So the best thing Atiku had done is report it to security agencies. And then, like I said, if he reaches the highest level, that nothing is coming out, it's not your money. That's what you have reported it. That whoever sent it, you don't know why. Government take the money. What else? Atiku did not use that money. So he has not, in fact, breached any law at all.
But some people, I saw a very funny story where someone said, this one that Atiku is talking about, this one, because he is vying for a political position.
Yes.
We know what the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, had said about Atiku over and again. He's clearly been very vocal about his relationship with Atiku, whether on a personal level or in governance. And I saw this story where someone said, of all the allegations that Obasanjo, the former president, has laid on Atiku, and supposed activities of political office holders, would they ever be public about the ones they were supposed to be public about? Is it not because this possibly stands in the way and may affect whatever, I mean, his political ambition? That's why we're hearing about it. Do we intentionally hear when governments misappropriate funds, when maybe anything happens with the resources that are meant for the people? You think it's an idle talk?
Not exactly an idle talk. The reality is there, in that there are certain ones we can see where there are reasons for us to hear about them and see them. But there are those that will not see. And that's why I say it's organized crime.
Yeah.
See, Queen, you see, if I stand up today and start looking at you, finding fault with you, telling you you are this, you are that, you are this, you are that, our people said, when you are pointing one finger at somebody, the other four is pointed at you. Am I an angel? Am I not a human? Humans are wont to do something bad. It is human that commit evil. Now, when I'm saying you are this, you are that in the bad side, now am I on the good side? There's no how you will also, if you set a tracing agency on me, all the bad sides of me will also come out because I'm a human. That is where the imperfection of humanity comes.
All right. There have been calls for the removal of the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Ola Olukoyede. The calls intensified on Friday as opposition parties and some Nigerians responded to the freezing of the Osun State government's account. They described the action of the anti-graft agency as politically motivated, alleging that the commission had demonstrated partisanship ahead of the August 15 governorship election. The court party, New Nigeria People's Party, and many netizens asked President Bola Tinubu to sack Olukoyede if he did not resign. Some groups, however, asked the EFCC boss to leave honorably after the president disowned his action. The EFCC had on Wednesday ordered a post-no bill on the Osun State government account domiciled with a bank on the grounds of suspicious transactions. The commission claimed that it had been investigating the account since March 2026 and that it had the power to freeze an account for 72 hours based on reasonable suspicion. But the president on Thursday directed the EFCC to unfreeze the account, describing the commission's action as embarrassing. Note that the EFCC statement explaining its action generated more than 4,500 comments on X alone, with a majority criticizing the move 10 days to the governorship election. Similarly, the special advisor to the president, Bayo Nanuga's tweet announcing the reversal of the action attracted over 1,600 comments, with many slamming both Tinubu and the EFCC. Commenting on the matter, the national chairman of our court party, Maxwell Ngudem, said the party had lost confidence in the leadership of the EFCC, alleging that the commission's action was political. Ngudem, who addressed the World Press Conference at the party's national secretariat in Abuja on Friday, said Olukoyede needed to resign, but having demonstrated unprecedented partisanship in Osun State politics, assaulted the sensibilities of fellow compatriots, and brought the nation to ridicule and disrepute before the international community, our court has lost confidence in the current leadership of the EFCC. Well, accordingly, a court demands the immediate resignation of the EFCC chairman for embarrassing the president, the party, the government, and people of Osun State and fellow citizens. The EFCC chairman should toe the path of honor and tender his resignation. If he fails to resign, President Tinubu should sack him immediately to restore the integrity of the anti-graft agency, he said. Ngudem insisted that there should be no sacred cow in efforts to sanitize the anti-corruption agency and strengthen Nigeria's democratic system. The party also urged security agencies and other institutions involved in the Osun election to remain impartial and operate within the law. He said that the president ought to have allowed the commission to complete its investigation instead of intervening. Abu said, when I saw the president's order directing that the account be unfrozen, I was surprised because if I were him, I would have allowed the EFCC to do its job. It does not matter when it acted. The timing may have been wrong, but what is important is that it was carrying out its mandate. But asking the EFCC to unfreeze the account does not speak well of the commission's independence. The implication is that it takes orders from the president. Asked whether he supported calls for Olukoyede's resignation, Abu replied, yes, sadly, as it happened. Also, the national coordinator of the obedience movement worldwide, Dr. Yunusa Tanko, advised Olukoyede to consider stepping down to protect his reputation. He said Tinubu's directive had created the impression that the EFCC chairman was acting under political influence. The kind of response I got from the EFCC shows that Olukoyede tried to assert his independence. It seems the directive from a high authority made him look like a puppet. So the problem is actually with the person giving the directive, not the person executing it, Tanko said. Well, similarly, netizens who commented on Onanuga's post expressed disappointment in the EFCC's action. With a number of comments and all. However, insiders in the presidency dismissed suggestions that the episode could cost Olukoyede's job. According to the officials who spoke with Punch on condition of anonymity, Tinubu's frustration was directed at the timing and optics of the EFCC's action rather than Olukoyede's leadership of the commission. Some people think because of the outbursts this caused, and that's why the presidency reacted the way he did, asking the EFCC to unfreeze their account, and that's also questioned the independence of the Economic Financial Crimes Commission. But talking about resignation now, we hear a lot of times when Nigerians and some people call for a head of agencies to resign, which they say is common in other climes. If there's any question to the effectiveness of responsibility, although this is really questionable, and a lot of matters around what happened between the EFCC and Osun State and also the federal government. The EFCC said, we've been investigating this since March, and we found this on just one of the accounts, not all the accounts of Osun State government, where ecological funds have been misappropriated. We saw transfers moving from that account to another account, corporate account, and then we thought to freeze the account for. And we have the right to do that for a period of 72 hours, even before seeking a court order and before we can unfreeze. And also, it's been quite a debated matter, especially considering that Osun State elections is just, I think, next week, Saturday.
Yeah.
But calling for the resignation of the EFCC chairman, do you agree to that?
No, a waste of time. A waste of time. He won't resign, except he decides to do so himself. Remember that it's not Emmanuel Ndukwe that keeps him there, and I don't push him before he acts on where he should act. But I tell you that that call for me generally is a waste of time. Again, explanation has to be made. When I hear that Tinubu disowned the action of the EFCC,
Yes.
no, it's not true. He didn't. In that particular order telling EFCC to unfreeze, he made it plain that even though that is not intervening in the activities of the EFCC, that even though it is the right of the EFCC to have to take appropriate actions as the law that established them, perhaps what they have done is that appropriate action. That he is doing what he's doing because of the timing, that the timing is wrong. He emphasized that, underscored it. So anybody that says he disowned the activity of the EFCC, no, he didn't. But again, Queen, let me tell you, when we always talk about whether the president there's independence or not, those who are saying that it betrays lack of independence of the EFCC should have been able to tell us that the independence of the EFCC is such that there is no executive interference. Remember, we must, if we want to tell ourselves the truth, that it is federal government that established the EFCC. And on that particular pedestal, if the EFCC is doing whatever it's doing, does it not have a boundary? Now, can the president step in and correct certain things? Let me give you an instance. In the oil industry, when because of removal of subsidy and all that, they said there is a free market that is guiding everything, that there's a deregulation. Now, in that deregulation, when there is exploitation or exploitative tendencies are understood by government to be exceeding its boundary, government has every right to come in. And that government we are talking about is still the president. He will make pronouncement that will peg it to a certain level for everything, for the country not to be, for the inhabitants of the country not to be unduly exploited. In a similar vein, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I am saying, those who are making that call, why are they not giving us specifics that, yes, the FCC law establishing it said that the president has no right to intervene in the activities of the FCC. It is only then that one will say that they are not independent. If not, I know that the independent, if it exists, I think it's in their name. Myself, the understanding I have, it's just like INEC, Independent and National Electoral, the same name. It doesn't end there. It doesn't pass there. In the name written, independence is there. But in reality, there's no independence.
But should we really be talking about the timeliness of this? Even the president saying, "Oh, because of the timing," seeing an agency wait or back off simply because an election is near. If there was a loophole, according to the agency, for what they found out, according to the agency, they've been tracking this since March.
Thank you very much.
And found out that
that's the answer to the question you asked.
11 billion under investigation since March 2026 into suspicious corporate entities from the Ecological Fund. If they have had series of investigations, and according to the EFCC, they are doing this on a legal standing. They said they are doing this on a legal standing. There is that statutory obligation for them to investigate under Section 6 of the EFCC Act to prevent, investigate, and halt financial crimes. If every investigation from March has led them up until this is August, whether it's 3 days or 2 days to the election, and with their findings are detailed with their findings, should it really affect the timeliness?
Yes.
Should we really be talking about timeliness?
Yes,
is this not a way to hold government accountable?
No. You see, government itself is not sincere. And because of that, there's suspicion running riot in any move they make, and its agencies, and which, of course, EFCC is one. Now, the EFCC said they started tracking this since March. I don't know why it only remained 10 days to election. They came in. And it's not only that they came in and streamlined the account to, from the account they stopped, as it were. Civil servants will be paid. They won't be paid now. Now, how can civil servants who are doing their job come and suffer? Plus others.
So this is targeted at
of course,
the
to
election?
grounding the activities of Osun State government. So why won't we talk about timing? And that timing, look at it, there's no doubt about it. The truth is that the incumbent governor, like in any other state, may have certain things to do from the coffers of the state. Let's even focus on the genuine and not talk about the corruption that is rife in Nigeria. Let's say there are genuine things for the governor to do with monies in that account about the preparation for the election. Now you came when it is 10 days and stopped them.
So it should have been a month before the election, or
it
2
should
months
have been much earlier.
or after the election?
Much earlier or after election, as you have said. But I'm not even thinking about after election.
Because financial investigations,
Yes.
I'm assuming, take time.
Yes.
And the FCC would have to come up with all the documents and details and everything as proof to why they probably want to put a post-no debit on that account, freeze the account for 72 hours, even without a court order, ensuring that they can continue with whatever, because they said funds were already moving from their account to corporate accounts. And we saw a human rights lawyer saying that the EFCC acted legally by temporarily placing a post-no debit restriction on the state account to secure a potential financial crime scene, provided they formalize it with a court order within 72 hours. So should we be really concerned about the timing, or that the EFCC is doing its job?
I insist we need to talk about the timing. See, Queen, they did their job, so that's the legality. When you have done your job, what you are supposed to do, you are legal on that particular point. But we are saying, you know that all along you've been tracking. See.
Is the timing conversation not sentimental?
No, it's not. For me, as a person, it's not. When we talk about certain issues, it looks as if bringing in morality into it. You have only 10 days. Automatically, you are knocking Adeleke off the rest, because there are certain things he may have done within the remaining days. Let's even say 5 days within these 10 days that remain, and you've frozen the account, government is not running, nothing, and you tell me it's good. I think whatever they did may have been motivated by whoever, I don't know who, but that whoever must be a superior authority. And that superior authority, perhaps what President Tinubu had done is looking at the whole thing and then realizing that element of morality and saying everything. He didn't even say that much. Everything will come on his head. So those who are saying the EFCC lack independence because of the action taken by the president, at least I say the president did well. Whether rightly or wrongly, but he did well. Because truly it will come on his head. You want APC to win. And who said it's not the sentiment behind it? Who said so? Politics in Nigeria is very dirty. They may have been doing that to weaken. And as it stands, whether you unfreeze the thing or it's frozen, they have weakened Adeleke's Osun state. Yes, they have. Because they've achieved that. Even if you freeze an account for a day, you have done great damage.
All right, this is not new, but then we saw the vice presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Rotimi Amechi, saying that the 2027 general election must be won at the polling units and not at the Independent National Electoral Commission. Amechi made the statement while addressing party stakeholders at his Port Harcourt residence after returning to Rivers State. The former Rivers State governor and former Minister of Transportation expressed confidence that President Bola Tinubu would not win the next presidential election. Amechi also criticized the president's administration over the country's economic challenges and made reference to recent comments by the First Lady on small-scale businesses. We've seen whether presidential candidates or vice presidential candidates and Nigerians calling really for INEC to do its job. We're just talking about the EFCC. This is the former transportation minister talking about also the independence of the Electoral Commission, stating that it should be done well. Was it Wednesday? I was having a conversation with an analyst who said, oh, we don't have elections in Nigeria. Elections don't. And I said, okay, what do we have then? Because we see people go to the ballot to vote. We see people get their permanent voter cards, register, and go out.
He didn't say people don't go to vote. But he said they don't have elections.
That culminates an election process or an election day. All those activities are part of what makes an election. So when we say we don't have elections, it's
Queen is huge to understand what he has said. That the man is right, or whether man or woman, I don't know. That analyst is right. We don't have elections in Nigeria, but that's not what we are to talk about. You see, the processes you are talking about is highly flawed. And once something is highly flawed, you can't talk about that being in existence. Its existence is lending credence to something wrong. And I'm not sure we are talking about wrong elections here. Well, for Amechi, what he has said You know, politicians live in a world of theirs. There are a lot of things they know that we don't know. I don't know how he thinks that Tinubu will lose. But he must have his formula. But what he's saying, that it must be won in the, is it, what?
The polls,
Good.
not at the Independent National Electoral Commission.
Thank you very much. It has always been won on the polls, as they've been saying it.
Okay.
Because they will count it there. That thing they will do in the office, they will tell you it was from the polling units.
Yeah.
Is it not? So, but like I said, he is a high-level politician. He knows what they do. And if they do anything like I am alleging, then it means he knows it very well. And he is saying, we won't do it that way we've been doing it, so that maybe they've been winning. There's a new style has to be used and adopted and used. So let's see whether this new style he's talking about will work out for them.
All right, let's get your thoughts this morning. It's been Insights with Emmanuel Ndukwe. Let's get you react to any of these stories that we've taken from the Vanguard, Punch, and the Nation newspaper. 0810-951-0951 for calls. For text or WhatsApp messages, 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Insights.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
My name is Sunday. Call from Sakotia.
All right, please go on.
Please, Christina, I want to ask you a question. Can market cutter allow person, he or she, to move at his or her back with market? Answer it.
No.
What my president is doing, you can remember 2023 election, unknown motor or weather container move around everywhere, nobody talk. And he also said that his own turn, nobody talk. It should go on. Thank you.
Welcome to Insight.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
I want to say that. Let me ask. My name is James Obobo, by the way.
Welcome.
Is there any way one could send money into an account without the person's name appear or the organization appear? Article complained of seeing a strange money in his account. Does the name of the sender not showing there for them to be able to trace the person? So I don't know why they have to go and report when there is name written on the sender. Or is it not the same? So I think it's easy to track out the person that sent the money. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Insight.
Hello, good morning, Queen.
Yes,
sister.
good morning.
Let me greet your guest also. My name is Chimadika. I am talking from Muguta. Queen, I do not believe article. Even if what he's saying in the eyes of the surface is going to be clean, but it should not, as last caller said, it is very easy to investigate it. Even the lamest person in bank can do it. When money hits your account, you must see the person that paid it. Article might have started making. I didn't sorry to say that, but maybe I would say it is stigmatized. So maybe it's going to drag some kind of public and whatever as it's dragging now. The money is into his account. And I want to tell you, if there's an investigation of the article is sponsoring terrorism, it could not be far from the truth. Because if you look at this, how many times has he condemned the killing of terrorists in the north or the killing of Christians there? He hasn't really condemned it.
Well, until an investigation is done and he's labeled as that, you obviously cannot say anything like that.
I didn't say that what he is, but I'm not making you understand that was the reason why he was not shouting it.
All right, then.
The aspect of the EFCC team, my sister. The president, to me, I do not like what the president did. Because if these people have been saddled with the responsibility of investigating issues, they don't have a limit when they are going to act. Must a particular event deprive them from their constitutional duty according to how the law has stipulated for them? If you know that this thing is genuine, now bringing it now, you're not knowing your name. People are shouting.
All right, then I have to let you go. It's a minute 30 seconds. Welcome to Insight.
my sister. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Peter. Peter from Oyibo.
Welcome, Peter.
Yes, thank you. You see, that embattled money into Atiku's account. Whom do you think has paid that money into Atiku's account?
Well, we'll find out. Investigations are ongoing.
Yes. You see, that first rule, the ruling party thinks they know, other people do know. I accuse, allegedly, the ruling party to be behind that money. They are looking for everything to put on the head of Atiku. But Atiku is a step ahead of them. So what do they think they will gain from this? He was the first person that alerted security agent that, look, so money was paid into my account, which of course I am not aware. So what is that thing anybody is going to tell me today?
All right.
Nobody will tell me. It is high time we play our politics clean.
All right, then. Welcome to Insights.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Welcome.
Mr. Cook.
Yes, please go on.
Yes, the EFCC all of them we are mature and we are known that actually it was the APC government that they are sponsoring that thing. When you listen to the statement of the president, he said even though they have a right, that the timing is wrong. That is to say, that man cannot do that thing without calling the president. Then even if that is a try, we can succeed. But what am I saying? The river state here, what is happening is the EFCs are not seeing it. It is only a true state that in the river state, only more people are investing in river state money and not even what EFCs from what Jalen said now. EFCs is not happy. Come here. Now, in the issue of Ademi, my sister, that's why I was saying, many are going after the people that are saying they cannot trust the S here with any Nigerian man. And they not trust their investigation. How can somebody in the daytime, he said that I told the people that sponsor me. I did not go there alone. The military, the military has done all what he said. Security, and DSS, everybody they are there. And this man came through. And today, ICPC, they are saying they want to start this with other people. It's very unfortunate. Thank you very much.
All right. Welcome to Insight.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Welcome to Insight on Today.
Okay, my beloved brother, good morning.
Yes, welcome.
And who is also in the house. Everybody, I greet you all.
Thank you.
Lovely morning. This is Akon Chikon for Port Harcourt. The comment of Atiku to speak out is a welcome development. It's so handsome and so delicious development. Because what the federal government cannot do does not exist. Do you know that this is a systematic way, a pattern to entice Atiku? Let's imagine that Atiku did not speak out. Do you know that they will use it against him? They will use it to compensate that someone sent money to him. They may even lay him that it's among the Boko Haram, the terrorists that sent money to him. If assume he did not talk and he did not speak out, so it's good he spoke that, let the world know that this is what is happening, so let them investigate to find what happened. Federal government can easily investigate this now so easily. It will not take them 2 hours to know who sent that money to him. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Insights.
Good morning, Queen.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Ogaima.
Good morning, Dr. Chris.
Yes, please. The money they sent Atiku, we know, like the last caller said, what this very federal government cannot do, cannot exist, or doesn't exist. But for Atiku, please, Queen Chima and Ogaima, if there's a way I can send my account number, please, I can send my account number.
How did I know you were headed that way?
Sorry? Yeah.
How did I know you were headed in that direction?
Me. I have enough patients who come and cannot pay their hospital bill. Maybe I'll start using it to offset their hospital bill. But that's by the way. what the presidency did as regards EFCC is just, for me, I see it as being petty. Because I tell you, there's no way Olukoyode will take that action without letting the presidency know. So he has come to play a clean man in the public. But why is the APC government afraid? You know, you have all the states by your side. You still don't want others to participate. My problem with this whole thing is that there is no election in Nigeria. Like Ogaima said, I want to say it and say it again, especially in this state where we are. No election takes place and comes out the way people voted. Else, a lot of people will go back home. Thank you and God bless all of you.
Welcome to Insight.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
This is Honorable Christian Chris.
Welcome, Honorable Chris.
Ogaima, good morning.
Yes, so Chris, good morning.
Yeah, there is no how you'll be swimming and people will be seeing your back. See, remember Canadian courts. You know what they say about APC government. The way they behave, the way they play their politics. How can you tell me that somebody will send money to Atiku's account up till now? The federal government have not been able to identify who send that money. And even that thing come from Atiku by now. If I don't do them now, who again? They are the one now. Let me see borrow Nigerian language. So to me, nothing in APC. You remember NSAT, SUV that they use on cover plate number till today. Who do you think that did it? State of emergency in River State. Who do you think that did it? Rainbow Coalition. Who do you think that is sponsoring it? Adibin and the one on that Rainbow Coalition. They can never tag me terrorist organization. They are the ones doing it now. But it's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate.
All right. Let's see if we have some messages. We'll keep the calls coming. 0810-9510-951. Queen Chima, greetings to you. Greetings to you, Lady Chima and Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe. A certain global political watch named Eagle Watch, domiciled in the U.S., once posited that cultism and other secret fraternities have crept deeply into Nigeria's politics. Hence, you hear stuff like Atiku's bank details hacked and Osun State's account frozen all of a sudden by the hitherto lame duck anti-graft agency. And Mr. Presido has ordered the account to be unfrozen. In other words, the man who may have erroneously ordered the freezing has ordered the unfreezing. Interesting times indeed. Friday, Olu Uniport. Queen, Amechi is right. Most elections, especially in recent times, have been won at the polling booth. Have been won at where? Polling. So 2023 is still fresh in our minds. INEC workers should fear God and all people's votes should stand. Kanu. Hi, Queen and Ogaima. Allegations against Atiku is a completely set up and they have failed. As for the EFCC chairman, he should quietly put in his resignation and go away because he is a disappointment. Eric, you say. And then, okay, none of that. Let's get 2 more calls and we wrap this up. 2 more calls. 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Insight.
Good morning. This is Francis calling from Delta.
Welcome, Francis.
Yes. Amnesty has said it all. He said that the election will be won at the poll, at the polling station.
No, he did not say it would be won at polling units. He said it should be won there, not at the Independent National Electoral Commission.
Yes, the article, yes, that's why it will be won. And you will not like it's like it's an agreement. You maintain that the election will be very tough this time around. Okay.
All right. Thank you for your thoughts this morning. So he's saying that it should not be won at the polling units.
Yeah.
It should be won rather at the polling units, not in
at
the Independent National Electoral Commission. Welcome to Insight.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, 18 Mama.
Welcome.
You know what prompted the imposition of a seat of medicine in River State? These people went and blew oil pipelines greenhouses in order to give credence the necessity for the position of a state of emergency in River State because of insecurity. But the one happening in the north is not insecurity. The article, as a member of APC in the past, the APC, we see that the article could not access, not go to US. Then after PDP primary 2023, article traveled to US without being arrested. According to APC, that article is being wanted in US. All the allegations against Atiku, like one of the callers say, is a sponsor of Boko Haram. They are now in APC, so-called coalition group. The same party under Buhari, they hated Buhari. See what they are going to see. All those people that work against Buhari, that criticize Buhari, they are not the best friend of Tinubu. So it means the Tinubu that hired them to attack Buhari and APC. Now the same APC under Buhari is different from the APC under Tinubu. They should be ready for whatever thing they are preparing. We are ready for them. Use Buhari, you show them a lesson that they will talk to Jonathan. So that the one behind this article, illegal transaction. They want for all these things to meet article. And maybe the next person is to be.
When you say they are the ones, investigations are still ongoing.
They are we know them. This is what they do.
All right, I'll let you go. Right, we stand with you. Investigations are still ongoing. I mean, you can only assert that these are your suspicions. You cannot categorically say this person is responsible.
No, he doesn't know even whoever is responsible.
Exactly.
He doesn't know.
So saying the federal government is, the bank is, or you mention one name as responsible for it. Were you there with the person? Were you part of the?
No, it's just like somebody could say he that is talking.
Yes,
he's responsible for it.
All right, your concluding thoughts, Emmanuel.
Well, I certainly believe that the president intervened very rightly. If there is any law he breaches, that's where I will say, no, I am not with him on that. But for looking at 10 days to election in Osun State, and then intervenes to unfreeze that particular account by the EFCC, that's a good one. However, the deal has already been done. Osun State has been weakened.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us on Insights this morning. Top of the hour, 9 o'clock. The Express Show would talk about you, talk about your contributions to the state, to the country, and everything. A lot of things happen, and we call the government. Right? The government should do this. The government should do that. Very understandable. Government owes you a lot. However, we're going to be turning the attention to you as the people on the Express Show. Let's just talk about us, talk about you, responsibilities that you also owe the government and you owe your environment, you owe yourself to ensuring that we have a better stay and a better space. So I'll see you on the Express Show shortly. You're still live on Today95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Yeah. Oh. Today FM 95.1 Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Voice of the people. Hey, rise and shine, it's a brand new day. Today's the station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk, keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go, sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your people, your destination. We're not just a station. Today FM 95.1. The voice of the people. Number one. News and sports, talk all day. Keeping rivers on the way. Not just a station. We are the station. Today FM, the pride of the nation. Cross rivers, Bayelsa, Abia too. Akwa Ibom, Cross River, we're reaching you. Around the world, we're live online. Every moment, every time. Advertise your business, make it grow. Millions are listening, let them know. Visit us at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Port Harcourt. Listen, live at your Call us on 24. Anyone left to your life, to your white. Today come, admin apps, never mind. Today FM 95.1. The voice that keeps this city strong. New sports talk every day, lighting up your every way. Not just the station, we are the station. Today FM 95.1.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe? Your voice, your opinion. Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Welcome to the Express Show on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I stated earlier that we're going to be talking as Rivers people. I know that not entirely different, because I think we have these conversations every now and then. We ask questions about citizens' participation in ensuring that the state is a better space to live in, the state is habitable. Your own contribution as a people, because there's a possibility that we take away responsibility from ourselves as individuals every time that we call out the government. We point out to the government, yes, the government has a huge role to play, and that role cannot be overemphasized. The government should provide conducive environment for things to work for you. So that's why when you ask about good roads, you ask for electricity, you ask for water, you ask that the resources be evenly distributed. When we talk about even distribution, we obviously don't mean that government should start knocking on everybody's doors and giving them money, checks, but that you see that in infrastructure, you see that in the quality of life that you live every day. There's a clamoring for the increase of minimum wage. I was reading that and smiling and saying, okay, let's see where this leads us to in 2026 again. Maybe the Nigerian Labour Congress are able to hold the government in their legs now that the elections are closed, and possibly we could see an increase where we saw how long it took the last one to get to from one level of negotiation to another, striking and all, before we got to 70,000 naira, where some states decided to pay even some thousands additional to the 70,000, and there are still reports that some states are struggling to even pay. Right. So So noticing government's effort is not difficult if the government is working, if the government of the day is working. That's why when some of you calling and say nothing is happening, or we expect this level of development, we expect that with the resources that the state government gets, that the local government gets, this is what we demand of them. Second time in a row this year, the president has said, ask your governors, let the governors be more accountable to you. They're receiving much more than they have ever received, or they have been receiving on a monthly basis. So let them be accountable to you, let the governors work. But today on the Express Show, we're going to be more people-centric, more citizen-centric. So let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about you listening to me, you driving. Let's talk about you in your business space, or in your office, or in your house. You're working and listening. Let's talk about your contribution. Because every day we point out to what the government is doing wrongly or what they are doing rightly, because leaders must be held accountable, at least to the best of your ability. You think you're holding your leaders accountable. We bring up conversations here on the radio so that you can do that. You ask questions, you proffer solutions to government activities. But a state is not built by government alone. It is built by the people who live in it. The people who live in it. Welcome to the Express Show. It's 5 minutes past 9. Today is 8th of August 2026. My name is Queen Chima. So maybe we're going to be exploring a number of angles. I have some questions that I'll ask you. Maybe you call, I ask you those questions. I just lay the questions. You're thinking through them and giving responses to them. This will make you think. Not just make you think. It would also make you look at your environment, look at your local government, look at your village, look at where you're staying, look at what's happening in the state and your own contribution to it. Your own contribution to it. So a state, like I said, is not earlier, it's not just built by the government, it's also built by the people who live in it. So this morning, we're going to be turning the microphone over to you. I'm turning the microphone over to you. What is the biggest issue you see in Rivers State today? And beyond expecting the government to act, what role can ordinary citizens, what role can you play in solving it? So you say, Queen, I can solve what? How? What role? Maybe we should even open our eyes to the roles that you owe yourself, you owe River State. If you probably have not highlighted that any of these days, or paid a little more attention to that role that you owe the state. 2 days ago, Thursday specifically, we were talking Rumosi Obrikuri was blocked. And that's because drivers were protesting. Some of them came to the station, about 4 of them. I was just wrapping up my shift where they came and they were lamenting and talking about the activities of task force operatives. These young men who some people have labeled touts, some have labeled we are unauthorized to incessant taxes, stopping drivers and collecting monies from them. And there's a situation, alleged killing or assault on a driver. We're yet to hear updates on the health of the driver. Now that affected vehicular movements, affected people. I had some of my colleagues who found it difficult to navigate. So it wasn't about if you had a car or not, if you had your car or if you're walking. If the road was blocked, it was blocked because drivers were protesting, and then a lot of them were not using their normal routes and people could not pay to navigate that area. So drivers complaining of the activities of touts or these supposed task force operatives. And then it brings the bigger question of these task force operatives are human beings living in River State. Well, there's been conversation around, these are government boys who government use for elections, and then government is not giving them money. They'll find a way to feed themselves. They'll find a way to just go out in the streets and no. But these are human beings, Rivers people perpetrating such evil. So a number of questions that I have here, right? Yesterday, I got a call from someone who said he was going to send a video of how dirty he said the city was, most parts of the state, where you have dirt in the dumped in the median, you have the dirt not cleared. And I know you can quickly say, yes, Queen, am I the one who's supposed to clear the dirt? No. But we know that there are people who leave designated areas where they're supposed to dump their dirt and dump it on the median. So they leave the designated areas, at least for places that have receptacles, and dump it there. So we've also heard of stories where there are scheduled times to dump, but some people choose to do it whenever they want to, because it's like, let's just do anything. It's a society where everybody is beginning to do anything. Think about it closely. Yes, even maybe the government, most times we talk, the constitution is there, the laws are there guiding, but someone can just wake up and just decide to do anything, whatever happens. So individuals too can wake up and do anything. Whatever happens, who's going to hold me responsible? And it starts with very petty situations. It may not be as huge as you expect. Oh, you heard that so person laundered so billion or million, or misappropriated this fund, and you're like, that's a lot of money. Yes, it is. But everyday activity of Nigerians, of Rivers people, one way or the other, affects the growth or development of the state. So when we question government activities, let's also question individual activities. So I was coming from First Mechanic Junction to Today FM Junction yesterday. Was it yesterday now? Yesterday was Friday. Yes. Yesterday's morning. Rather, Thursday's evening. I think either yesterday or when the whole issues happened around Drumosi and Ubirikre. And then the driver says it's 400 naira and say 300 naira. And I was with someone who said, how? So obviously taking advantage of the fact that there were not a lot of buses, a lot of drivers, and then increase the price immediately. And then you're asking, that's not what I'm supposed to pay. But everybody or most people just do what they are supposed to do, what they feel like doing rather, or what they think is most convenient for them. If it's most convenient for you, if it's convenient for you to dump the dirt 2 p.m. or 5 p.m., it doesn't matter if the government says the designated time is 7 p.m. or 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. It doesn't matter. If it's convenient for me, then so be it. I don't care what the government thinks or what the government does. So if they come move the dirt, say 6 p.m. and they say nobody should dump again, and everything is cleared, everywhere looks clean, then you just come 7 p.m. and just casually dump it and say, so what's my business? Or if they move it 6 a.m. and everywhere looks clean, so instead of waiting till the right time, you just come and dump it 7 a.m. and say, so who cares? Who? And then we say, oh, okay. Yes, the government didn't come, the people, Riwama did not come to move, to clear the dirt. Are they working? Are they not paying them? What's happening? This government, begin to mention names. We are not seeing anything happen, but there is a contribution that you have to make. I mean, the little things, really little things. Or you'd really want to blame everything on the government. Everything, absolutely everything. Yes, the government hasn't given us the enabling environment to do this. Yes, the government hasn't provided that. Yes, the government hasn't done this. Quite understandable. But what is your role as a citizen? What role do you have to play in solving some of these challenges that we have in our society or face every day as Rivers people? So back to you, because I said I was going to turn the mic. I didn't leave you. I'm saying turn back to you, but I said I was going to turn the mic to you. Really, it's just a you conversation. What issues concern you most in Rivers State today? What issues concern you the most in Rivers State today? How has it affected your daily life, and what do you think you should do? What do you think you should do? What can citizens do differently? Every day as you wake up as a Rivers person and you move around, you look around, you interact with River, what do you think citizens can do differently? Have you even personally done anything to address any problem? So, do we just have a policy problem? Or just an enforcement problem? Or maybe we also have a people problem? Have we thought about that? Have we? So I have these questions here. So you call me and I ask you, right, let's talk. Let's talk about the people, the Rivers people. Let's talk about you. Let's talk about your attitude to traffic regulations. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about your attitude to your drainage maintenance, waste dumping, refuse dumping. This one is a bit dicey, and I understand the peculiarity of it. But maybe your own responsibility to security too. Your own. I know that the concern is always about trust. We cannot trust security agencies. So, but if you have, if you're privy to an information that would help, would you want to do it? Would you want to talk about it? So let's talk about that. So let's turn it around and ask ourselves these questions as Rivers people. So as a Rivers person, do you think that you're doing the much that you're supposed to? Or are Rivers people really doing the much that they're supposed to help the state? 0810-9510-951. Welcome to the expression.
Yeah, Queen, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
You asked a lot of questions, and I think I have some answers to them too.
Okay.
And if you give me some moment, you will understand my position. And Special Douglas. Queen, if first of all, ask what we can do. I will start from there before I tell you what the problem is, what we have done. I think we need reorientation in this country. That is the most important solution we have. Me as a person, as an individual, having noticed this problem, I took it upon myself to be commenting on social issues so that I can enhance the orientation of certain citizens. Because what I understand is that most citizens are unpatriotic. So what we experience in this country, our problem is unpatriotism and bandwagonism. And also, there is this organic complacence. You see, unpatriotism, I mean, like what you explained, you said the protest yesterday had to make drivers raise their fare. Now, ask me, as a patriotic citizen, does that have any reason to happen? Did that protest cost scarcity of fuel? Did it make anything get back? Just other citizens who are suffering, you are now adding suffering to their own suffering, which I call the sufferers suffering their fellow sufferers. That is also deviating in our economy. You see people hold goods. Instead of selling the goods fairly so that they will go and rebuy, they will hold it for a long period so that it will be scam. And then when they sell it, it will not be very, very expensive. Yet they will be blaming government. Now, organic complacency, I mean, is that where we hear things which we do not even understand, instead of interrogating it, we just jump into it complacently.
Right.
If we
Thank
know
you.
that certain things are wrong, we think about the solutions and ameliorate it. But
All right.
instead,
Thank
we
you.
are
Thank you,
debating.
Special Douglas. Welcome to the Express Show.
Yes, this Tony also.
Welcome, Tony Hosful.
Yeah, the situation of the state is chaotic. Honestly, I don't know who to blame. Is it the government? or the citizens.
Is it a collective? Is it a collective responsibility?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the government seems to be the biggest driver.
Okay.
Because now people are not, the faulters are not punished when things are done wrongly. Most of 9 out of 10 times is scapegoat. Scapegoatism. That is what you see. So you see, we as individuals, we have our role to play in terms of dumping of refuge, like you say. We don't dump refuge. I don't dump refuge anyhow.
Okay, that's good.
Even if I'm holding a static water, they say I don't do it not for the fear of being caught. No, the conscience in me. Even so, there was a day I heard the pure water in a commercial bus. I heard the guy drinking it, and the woman said, "What you are throwing the way now?" Before that, no, I don't do it. Are you in Nigeria? I said, "No, this thing shouldn't be associated with Nigeria. It's death shouldn't be associated with Nigeria." So you see, we have responsibility, both the government and the citizens, to ensure that the River State become a better place for all of us.
Thank you so much, Tony Hosford. Welcome to the Express Show.
Hello, Queen. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Dr. Dennis Onagwa.
Welcome.
What I see that is wrong is everybody thinking in one direction of one man, which is retrogressive to development. In 1979, during the Second Republic, we had former governor of Imo State, or late Onunaka Mbakwe. We had Solomon La of Plateau State. We had of the one of Bendel State. Then we had Latif Jakonde of Lagos doing very well. That time, bus systems were beautiful. You just come, you no conductors, no aboros, you pay your toll, you get into the bus and you go where you're going. Same thing in Lagos. Look at the high-rise buildings. The waste collection was superb. Vehicles that had the truck behind them will come at designated points. They pick up the refuse. Nobody will smell any rubbish on the roads. So what I am trying to drive at is leadership. Is all. If you have a good leader today, all these are problems will fizzle out. But when you think
a good leader can automatically make the people do what they are supposed to do?
True. It is true. It is simple. Mbakwe did it. Solomon La did it. Latif Jakonde did it. You understand why this Third Republic cannot do it? Because there's a lot of trickery. All of them want to box everybody to think in one direction. They can't solve a problem, and they don't want other people to solve it. That's
all right,
simple. Then. If we have a good election today, go to the United Nations, ask, please.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dennis. Welcome to the Express Show.
Good morning. My name is Mr. John. I'm calling you from Ibrita.
Welcome.
Okay. Responding to the issue you brought on the table, I think I want to say that government is not an individual. Government is an entity that has no hand of its own, can't fight for himself, can't do anything for himself, apart from the people recruited by the people to fight for government. Therefore, it is the responsibility of we, the citizens, to fight for the government and do the right thing for the government by participating in civic responsibility. Election is around the corner in Rivers State and Nigeria at large. Are you aware that Rivers State are already defeated before the election? The election day, they will all sit at home. Nobody will even come out to vote. Then what do? What do you expect? The charlatans will come in and they recruit their people, and what you continue to see in society will continue to be. Are you aware in places like Wata, it is obvious that if in the cold season and you didn't wear the right clothes, they will arrest you because you are constituting citizens to the government. You are making government to spend more. Then who are these people arresting them? Are the people which government, we the citizens, put into the government, and the people will now reciprocate to us as citizens to do the right thing. But in as much as we, the citizens, keep complacent, keep adamant on what is happening in government, there is nothing we can see that we can do for government.
So it's not a policy problem.
It's not a policy problem. It is we, the citizens.
Is it an enforcement problem?
The government responsible. We human beings are naturally greedy. There is nobody that will put there that will not display greed. Oh, definitely. But the truth is this. How have we been able to hold the government accountable? This government that has no hands, this government that have no mouth to speak to itself, how have we been able to hold it accountable? That the action of government will reflect to us as citizens. We are talking about dumping dustbin anyhow, indiscriminately. Truth be told, if we have a responsive people that is working for the government that has no hand, that is working for the government that have no mouth to speak to itself, definitely this indiscriminate dumping of dustbin, we stop.
All right, thank you.
The agro on the road, we stop. Governor demonstrated it there because they were able to elect somebody who can react and put the
all right, I'll have to let you go. Right, so that other people can all call in. Thank you for your thoughts. I like that we're having this conversation, right? Because as a not so completely sane person, as a sane person, right, you look at how you want to see change in the state. The state is even big for your eyes to capture because you cannot be in Obiabo and be in Ikere local government at the same time, or you're somewhere in Ahoda or Oyibo or even Eche at the same time. But you can be at a particular place at a particular time. You can only control what you can at a particular time. And then you look at all of this, because I just asked the last caller if it's a policy problem, it's an enforcement problem, or a people problem. And however you want to share the quota, you'd see that the people would have 1%, even if it's the least 20% or whatever percentage as tagged to them. Because yes, the government should do its job, right? Yes, the government should do this, should do that. Then what about the people? And that's why I said, let's have this conversation this morning on the Express Show. Let's talk about what responsibility the people owe to ensuring that we see some of the things that we want happen. Rivers State should be clean. What road do you have? Our roads should be safe. What road do you have? God, we should elect better people. What road do you have? You talk about maintenance, infrastructure. What role do you have to play as a people? So you're not taking out yourself. Let's talk about that and explore those angles of the roles that you have as a people to ensuring that we have a better state. Because when you say nothing is happening in River State, can you entirely blame it on the government, just the government of the day alone, entirely? As, were we the ones who brought in this government? But did an election not happen? Didn't it? So we'll take a commercial in 3 minutes. Okay, let's do this call and then we can take that commercial. Welcome to the Express Show. Are you there?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. Welcome to the Express Show.
Yeah. I'm Comrade Kabari. I'm calling from Banloko in Ghana.
Welcome.
How is work? The questions you asked my sister, I think Nigerians are not devil. Rivers people either are not devil. The devil here is the democracy that we practice. Democracy is not the supposed democracy that we expected, or is being practiced in other parts of the world. As such, has even contributed, because you cannot exclude accountability, good behavior. Look, democracy imposes who governs you. Democracy, sees wrongfulness as rightness in Rivers and Nigeria. Good and fine. In fact, if you look at when we talk about reorientation here,
There are even people here who don't even need to be reorientated due to their expertise. But you know what? They are double standard humans. Just like one of the brother called, he said in River State today that everybody seems to be cheating towards one man. You understand? But there are people that will not. In fact, you better don't even give them money to induce them because they use the money against you. We have similar people in River State still. So democracy is the problem.
All right,
I heard you when you said, if we see something, can we complain? Complain to who? Do you have a government? If you don't have a government, is it the agencies that were supposed to constitute the government that you have? The problem is democracy. What is the leaders? The leaders are supposed to drive it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll take a commercial, get back, and continue the conversation. I'm sure that for some of you, you're thinking through the question and knowing exactly how you want to give a response to it. That's beautiful. Let's take this commercial. It's still Today 95.1 FM.
Dropping a cube, let the flavors flow. Watch every meal, steal the show. Terra, ooh, Terra. Aroma rising, filling the room. Turning dinners a joy to consume. Terra, ooh, Terra.
Terra Cube or Rap Joy. Unleash taste.
Go for gold, Terra Gold Cube. The amazing seasoning cube. So when you're cooking your delicious meals, don't compromise. Go for gold.
Rich, consistent taste for cooking mouth-watering soups, stews, and jollof. Choose wisely. Choose Gold. Terra Gold Seasoning Cube.
One cube, endless possibilities. Terra Gold.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Good morning. It's been the Express Show on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Queen Chema. Thank you so much for your thoughts so far. We have been looking at your responsibility on maybe some of the biggest issues you've seen in River State, call it small or big, and beyond expecting government to act, what role you as a citizen can play in solving it or improving the quality of the life that you see, the quality of the activities happening in the state. And I asked you questions, and specific question and others. I said, do we have a policy problem? Do we have an enforcement problem? Or do we have a people problem? Because I said, let's talk about the responsibilities that we also owe the government. We owe ourselves as Rivers people. I pointed out very common issues. Well, call them common, but this is what interprets to what some people call the anyhowness that we see happen in our society, where things just go on the way they do. Nobody checks anything. Nobody asks you questions. Well, since nobody is watching, nobody is monitoring, then whatever happens, happens. So if nobody is watching you and you're supposed to dump that refuse, whether 2 p.m., it doesn't matter if the government said do it by 6. So you just do it nevertheless. If nobody is watching, you do the one way. Do it for your whole life, the whole year, and it does not matter. So you will not follow traffic rules or follow the road rules if nobody is watching. So it's like yes, that's how I will do it. And it doesn't matter who's going to hold me responsible. Who? So the rivers we want, the river state we want, what has changed from your own perspective? What effort have you put in? What has improved where you live because you helped improve it? What has got worse because you contributed to it getting worse? What is one issue in your community that you can solve without waiting for the government? Because this is how you can talk about being a proud Rivers person. So every time you say I'm a proud Rivers person, I'm a Rivers person, you should think closely into some of the things that you do, your contributions every day. If you're supposed to take 500 naira and you decide to inflate the price to 1,000 naira, because you're trying to take advantage of a situation that is beyond the control of the people who you are going to exploit, then are you doing your part? Are you making it easier? Or is the government should come and pay that transportation? Oh, can't you see fuel is expensive? Yes, fuel is expensive, but it's 400 you're charging now. Or because drivers, you don't have a lot of drivers running at, let's take it to 1,000 naira. And if you can't afford it, then trek. It's not my business as a bus driver. If you're supposed to patiently wait and use a particular route, but you rather use another one because it will be faster for you, while causing traffic jam, another person joins you, the other person joins you, another person joins, and everybody's just shouting the anyhowness. So instead of always saying government is failing, yes, even holding government responsible, accountable is also part of that. So asking questions. I think someone called, I think it was the first caller, and he said something around not joining the bad wagon. Because sometimes we've got on the radio and it's just about attacking a particular person. You say, this person is terrible, this person is doing this person is doing that. So making politics really personalized, the personification we've given to politics in the state. What are you doing as a Rivers person? What is your role? What is your citizen responsibility? Are you obeying environmental sanitation laws? Do you protect public infrastructure? This one I want to ask now. I want to ask quietly. Do you pay taxes? Because I know the conversation around taxes. But then, yes, some people evade taxes. How do you treat public spaces? Are we encouraging corruption by offering bribes? Are we? We always call the police. Go to some of our institutions. What's happening? Maybe nobody's calling and dragging them the way we drag the police. 100 naira, 200 naira. But these things happen. And it's individuals doing this every day. So when we hear government issues, so let's also hear people's issues. Citizens' perspective to this too. Welcome to the Express Show.
Good morning, Queen.
Yes, good morning.
I'm Chinonye calling from Adi area of Port.
Thank you, Chinonye, for calling.
Yeah. You see how I laid the much blame on the leadership?
Okay.
Okay, look at Abia State, for example. Abia State was having it so bad until this present government came, or governor came, and turned things around in Abia State. And go Abia State today, it become a place of, example. So River State was having it so good until everything turns to what it is today. Very bad situation we are having. Since
Are you there? But does that take away citizens' responsibility, though? Welcome to the Express Show.
Queen.
Yes, good morning.
I'm going to 70 now. I've lived in Schiphol, Holland. I've lived in London. I have lived in India. I studied there for 7 years. Nobody needs to tell you to pay tax. The government is intelligent. They have programmed everything. You will pay your tax. Nobody will inflate fares. You get to the bus, you pay the right fare. You get to the taxi, you pay the right fare. Nobody, policies anybody to do these things, man. We just need a good election. If we go today to the United Nations, they have a provision. They will come and conduct election, voter education, voter registration, and give us a perfect election, and intelligent Nigerians will come and move this country.
So the government
forward.
has produced the kind of people we have.
Who?
Are you saying the government has produced the kind of people
What
that
do we
have?
have here? What do we have here? It is the kind of agro system and all that. How
All
do
right.
you think we can get something good? It cannot
Oh,
work.
all right. Welcome to the Express Show.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
My name is Honorable Krish Okrish.
Thank you for calling.
You know that leadership is by example. The standard of Today FM, before they employ you, you go through their thing now. You can't go, see, you don't give what you don't have. If I ask you now, in Nigeria politics or in Nigeria, who is your role model? Who can you emulate? My very self, I emulate my father by telling people the truth, by seeing what is wrong, I call it, by seeing what is white, I call it white. Not to see what is black, you say is white. So leadership by example. If I am following you, you follow one way. What do you think that I will do? So all our leaders are following one way. I have tried in this country, gone in this country since 1980. I have tried in this country to make sure that Nigeria gets a better place. I started going to National Day with the leg. You know how I love this country? The people are using it now to mock me. Lala, in your country, you see the proud of Nigeria today. My father told me that Nigeria will be better. The same grandfather of my father told me that his own father told him that Nigeria will be better. My father died at the age of 100. My grandmother died at the age of 120. See, today I'm telling my own children that Nigeria will be better. People around me are still shouting. Children around me are still shouting up Nita. Oh,
all right, Honorable Chris. Welcome to the Express Show.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Can you kindly speak up? Yes, kindly speak up. Speak to the mouthpiece of your device, please.
Hello, can you?
It's fluctuating.
I'm speaking from Port Harcourt.
All right, let's try. Go on.
Yes.
No, it's not working. I can't anymore. It's not working. Call again, right? I can barely get your thoughts. I don't know if it's your device or the network, but try again.
Thank you, Queen. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Welcome.
Yes, Ugo.
Ugo, welcome.
From Port Harcourt. Yes, thank you. Queen, let me tell you this. Take it anywhere. When the government of any nation is working, babe, it is going to trickle, the culture will trickle down to the people they are leading.
So it's a top to down situation from the top.
Yes. Right when I see the president is, in fact, living an exemplary life, it will come to me that this man is living exemplary life. Who is me now that will not do the right thing? If the president will do this thing and the law will get hold of him, who am I that will not follow the law? Provide your, they say, like this certificate of 18 they are talking about now. A child will try to, or somebody will try to go for something now. And when you ask him now, he will tell you, since the president doesn't have it, is it him now? You are going to, look, we are joking in this country. We are just playing. It is from the top. If the top is okay, it will go down to everybody will follow up.
All right,
if you make any mistake anywhere, the law will hold you. We have
All
people
right.
who are criminals.
All right. Welcome to the Express Show. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning.
All right, go on, please.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, but just try and speak loud. I don't know if the output here seems really poor, but go on, please.
Yes. I want to say this. A father in the house needs to behave well for his children to step in. also be helping. Our leader needs to set example. I don't know when it comes to security. I don't know whether there is any law that says security to drive above and against traffic lights. They lead us the way we should drive. Because when they approach us by me, and follow one way and follow any way, we also follow. Because we are also a citizen of this country. Security is for everybody to protect the life and property of every citizen and every property of the country. It's not for one person.
All right, the volume is really low. Right, please send a text message. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
18.
All right, go on, please.
Yeah, the type of leadership and the type of government we have been of this indecent behavior and character. During the war against indiscipline, you see people dressing half nude. So the type of government that we have leadership determine the way the people define the behavior of the people. So when the leadership is not okay, the people will not be okay. You have the time of military era where they have war against discipline. You explain your source of wealth. The border lies on you to now you got your wealth, the sources of your income. But now, under democracy, it is accuser that will prove beyond reasonable doubt that your sources of income is questionable. So the type of leadership and the government that we have in place determine the way of life of the people. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
All right, then. Welcome to the Express Show.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. I can hear you.
Do. If you are hearing me, say you do.
I can hear you. I've been responding.
Okay, calling from Port.
Welcome, Akonichi.
Fine. You know that there's someone that from eastern part of the country that said that just 4 years out country in a right direction. Are you aware? And some people do not believe because it's from eastern part of the country. And I think that it only takes someone that is well bred to check our property at where it's coming. Check our friends. Are they? Now what are they doing? Now what can
Is if the network is the line is really disturbing, right? Please try calling again. I was struggling to understand what you were saying, so I could hear you, but it just lacks clarity. Welcome to the Express Show.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. What's your
my name is Mike. I'm calling from Ramadan.
welcome?
You see, Nigerians, they still believe that the development starts from the top to down. I think it's wrong. Everything starts from the top. Exactly. Look at your community, look at your elders. Which people are they putting forward? Which people are they blessing to do us? They are just behind you. They are just like your problem is just within you there. When anybody that is elected, that is in the office, he will look at the people and how are the people, and he will just the way the people are. If the people are enlightened, the leader will know this thing I'm doing. The people will not accept it. But when the people I don't care, it's not my business, and whosoever will go into the office will know the citizens that they are ruling. And they will do what they know because they know the citizen will do nothing. Everywhere in the world, the people are the government. I don't know why Nigerians is different. We are just looking for a messiah that will just go on top and then we just sit down and somebody will then start. No, it doesn't act that way.
the people have to be the producers of the leaders.
All right.
If the leaders we have are behaving this way, is a typical way, is natural. So the people are the same because this is the people that we are.
All right,
So
then.
if we see
Thank
that
you.
any leader
Welcome to the Express Show. Welcome to the Express Show.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. My name is Queen. What's your name?
My name is Vincent Patrick.
Welcome, Vincent Patrick.
Yes, we don't need to blame government for everything. Like your question, you send the question directly to citizens. Citizens also have role to play in society because it's even from the society that leaders comes from. So you can't tell me as a person, government has made a place where you can drop your waste, and instead to drop it there, government will take care of it from them. You put it inside gutter. So imagine person like you now become a local government chairman. Imagine person like you now become a governor. So I see that question to be like an advice, but you brought it like a question. If we can go direct to the questions, we Nigerians will also have a part to play in fixing our country. Then for me, as a person, when talking about the leaders, I've checked our leaders. I've seen that what we need in Nigeria or in the state are intelligent leaders. From 1960, we've not gotten intelligent leaders enough. Yes, I said that because I've made a check.
Okay.
Because I just watched this last World Cup that just finished. You see some coaches, when they saw that they didn't coach well, you just see them resign.
All
They
right.
are paying them big money, but they just resign.
All right, thank you.
That is intelligence.
Right, thank you. I mean, I think you pointed out something really important because even as an individual, I'm talking about myself, Queen Chima, there are certain things I do and call myself to order that this is wrong or you can do better. You know, saying, oh, if you dump refuse in drainages or if you don't do what you're supposed to do and then tomorrow you become a leader, how do you act differently? We know that things happen and people change, but absolutely, you're right that our leaders are from our society. Yes, we have seen some of them occupy political positions over and again. So this person has been governor for 2 terms. This person has been councillor, or this person has been chairman. Well, this person has represented his people for 4 years, 8 years. But they come from society. This society make up the people. And maybe what's the difference you're going to make? What difference would happen if you've been acting the way you've been acting all the while, and then you hold a political position or you hold a position or whatever position of service? What's the guarantee that you're going to act differently? So it begins from wherever level that you are at. So I think the conversation this morning is really for us to reflect as a people, right? Ask ourselves questions. Right? Am I really doing it the way it's supposed to? It ought to. What are my contributions to the state? What am I doing to ensuring that it gets better, even if it's 1%? Let's take some messages. I am a strong fan to Honorable Chris O'Chris, his sense of humor and intelligence in his contribution. While we, the citizens, have a role to play, but in general, we live by example. Seeing our leaders behave, it is difficult to behave differently from them. Elliot Micah from Ozoba. Sorry, Queen, I am of the opinion that everything rises and falls with leadership. 1983, 1984, John. Okay. Of late Buhari administration, the war against indiscipline was effective up to our mother's kitchen. The answer is leadership by example, John Onwa Ogugu. All right, Queen, you're at right on lack of policy direction and right implementations. Yes, your caller talked about reorientation. I agree, but the reorientation must start first with those who seek political office leadership positions. The citizens would conduct themselves appropriately if the leadership provides the right direction. From Kano. All right, so let's go back to calls. Welcome to the Express Show.
Hello, Queen. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, my name is Andy, and I'm calling you from Malakaya.
Welcome, Andy.
Yeah, Queen. I want to categorically, and I'm sitting on a platform to tell you that the citizens owe government nothing.
Okay.
We owe the government nothing. Why am I saying so? If my father begot me or begets me, and at the end of the day, what I come out to see my father do, is he know what I'm going to do? It has to take God for one to have an encounter to change to the better life that God wants us to. So if I'm owing anybody, I am owing God to behave well in the society, because God created the world. God made.
Or do citizens have responsibilities?
You don't say it's responsibility. Rather, I call it a paramount thing that one should do in life.
Then it's a responsibility. It's just a word. It's still responsibility.
It is because man failed God. Man sinned. That is why we have to put it to the world.
Because there are legal and civic responsibilities. And this is saddled on the people.
What I think for me, for myself, is I need to live right.
What do you think responsible citizenship looks like?
I don't think I have any word in my dictionary that has to do responsible citizen. Yes, because that is where we get it wrong. The normal things that are supposed to be in the society have been messed up. As a human being, will I love my house to be a place where things are being dumped? For example,
all
in a
right,
room.
no problems. I get your thoughts. You don't owe the government anything. All right. Welcome to the Express Show. Can you hear? Welcome to the Express Show.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. I guess you'll be the last person who will take his call on the show.
Okay. You see, the problem of Nigeria is between the leader and the led. You see, this division is very important, because if you're expecting the leader to do something, the present leader, the cup of leader we have now, it is impossible. I was listening to Dr. Denny that these people are producing. There is a name you use which I would like to do, but the people they are producing cannot change Nigeria. I expected the led to muster that spirit of that protest that was done before. If we can infuse the spirit of that protest in our election voting, I will tell you that there will be no rigging, because you will see that if you rig, you will die. Then everything will go smoothly. You see, but leaving it to the government alone, like within the political party, when Peter B, Atiku, and President Bola Tinubu contested, you know that these two persons, Atiku and Obi, do not have enough agents in the polling unit. They do not have, and they do not challenge the election properly before the judiciary, because there was no material. If you don't have agents in the polling unit, how would you now generate the material as evidence to present before the court? It doesn't fly like that, man. So now that they have come back, they have to be serious. They
All
have
right,
to
then.
show that
Thank you.
our vote matters much.
All right.
So that, okay.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your calls and your contribution. I really like the angles that you all have brought to the conversation this morning, and I hope that it gives you the room to reflect. Yes, a cleaner, safer, more prosperous River State won't come from government alone, not from citizens alone. Accountability must go both ways. Leaders must lead responsibly, and citizens must act responsibly. Perhaps the River State we desire begins with both, right? And of course, I was not discarding the responsibility of government. I did state that when I started, but I was asking about citizens' responsibility. Hi, Queen. Let me say this: blaming citizens for the failure of our leaders for me is wrong, because good leadership produce good citizens, while bad leadership produce bad people. Well, I don't know if I did that. I don't think I blamed the people. I just asked questions around the people's responsibility, except that question is not targeted at me. But thank you so much for all your thoughts, this morning. Quite appreciated. The Lord today, my guest, is already in the studio, and we'll take that on shortly. Don't miss the conversation. I'm sure there'll be a lot to learn, and then you can also ask questions in any area that's gray to you. I'm Queen Chima. Good morning.
listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Digital world, almost everyone has a smartphone. With a few taps, you can take a photo, record videos, and even share them instantly. But what happens when private images, videos, or conversations are shared without consent? What if someone secretly records another person? What if intimate photos are used to threaten or blackmail someone? What if private chats are posted online out of anger, revenge, or for entertainment? Or many people think these actions are simply social media drama. In reality, they may have serious legal consequences. So this morning on the Law Today, we're discussing privacy, consent, cybercrime, and the law. Would explore what rights individuals have, what offenses may be committed when someone's privacy is violated, and what victims can do to seek justice. Welcome to the Law Today. My name is Queen Chima. It's 5 minutes past 10, and it's the 8th day of August 2026. So we'll explore all of that. You possibly have had something similar happen to you, or something that would paint the picture happen to you this morning. You want to talk about it, you want to ask questions. Right. And I have a guest who's joined me this morning, Wokoro Jubilee Chinonso Esquire. Good morning, Wokoro
Good morning,
Jubilee. It's
Queen.
good to have you join me on the show this morning. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. Let's start with the basics. What does the law mean by a person's right to privacy? When we say something is private, it gives it some level of exclusivity. So even from my normal standpoint as a human being, I already think this is exclusive to this person. But does the law place any importance or anything on people's right to privacy?
Okay, generally, first of all, thank you for having me here. Generally, we know that there is a very basic set of rights that a second-year law student studies. It is introduced that early in the study of law under constitutional law because of the vitality and necessity of it, called fundamental rights.
Okay.
To give context to it, when the United Nations was formed and then global peace was sought after the Second World War, people came together in the Geneva Convention and some other charters, including the African Charter for Human Rights, to put together some inalienable rights. Inalienable means you can't take it away on any ground. And those rights are called fundamental rights. In our laws, they are enshrined in Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And for privacy, we have Section 37 in that Chapter 4 of the Constitution. It provides for a right to privacy, a fundamental right to privacy of life and of one's affairs. So, information about you is supposed to be only out in the open with your consent.
Okay.
Yes. And then the law goes further to now establish these things in more recent litigations. We have two very distinct litigations. We have in 2023 the Nigeria Data Protection Act,
Yes.
which provides in Section 30 that giving out someone's information, processing someone's data, they use the word data processor, data subject, and data controller. The data controller is a person that is in custody of the data. Maybe the video is in his phone. The data processor is a person who posts it, processes it by whatever means, contrary to the will of the person. The person who the information is about is the data subject. Okay, and these interpretations are given in Section 65 of that act. Now, if you go back to 2015, we already have had, which was now amended in 2024, what we call the Cyber Crimes Prohibition Act. All right. So the Cybercrime Prohibition Act provides specific rights and specific crimes. One of them is cyber stalking. Another one is cyber bullying, which you see happening in some WhatsApp groups. I will remove you. I will do this. I will threaten you. I will read some sections of those provisions as we proceed.
Okay.
I'm just giving a backup, like you said, I
Yeah.
should introduce. Yeah. So cyber bullying, cyber stalking. There's even cyber squatting. Okay, that's what happened between Beloved and VDM, where online or offline, you, whether jokingly or seriously, you claim to be using someone's business name. You know, I come online now and I say I'm doing a video, I'm from Today FM, and I'm not from Today FM, something like that. So all of that invades someone's privacy is wrong. Now, in law, there are two branches of law. There's a civil, basic two branches. There's a criminal. So fundamental rights are a civil right. So you can sue someone in damages. But some of these other laws I'm citing are criminal laws.
Okay.
So the person can go at the offenses I just mentioned are minimum 10 years imprisonment.
It's interesting that you mentioned this because 2 hours ago, I think 8 o'clock, we had a conversation about the Atiku Abubakar saying that his private account number, he doesn't
Yes.
know how that got. And I when I was preparing, I did see this law about his account number that
Yeah.
should not be in the public domain.
Public
He said
domain,
it was in
yeah.
the public domain, and they said the bank is investigating, and the bank, if they gave the account number, or whoever gave the account number, should pay for that. Is that also a breach?
Yes,
Privacy.
that's a breach of his rights to privacy.
Okay.
And he can sue under the Data Protection Act and those other laws for a breach of his privacy.
Okay.
Because that could be used, like he has already highlighted, that could be used against him. Someone could come up and say the account was money laundering, the deposit was a money laundering process. And usually the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission is empowered under the EFCC Act and some more recent financial crimes legislations to go to court to seek orders to freeze accounts that have contents that are traceable to proceeds of crime. So the mere fact that the money entered your account, the bank can put a hold on your account through a court order
Yeah.
for sometimes for weeks, for months, for years, simply because they said, oh, this money left Mr. A's account to Mr. B to Mr. C and landed in your account. But it entered Mr. A's account as a proceed of fraud or whatever. So he's right in crying
Okay.
out. Yeah.
So this rights obviously extends to the digital space because
Yes, they do.
you already mentioned,
Yes, they do,
because some
yes.
people think, okay, maybe it doesn't really happen. So if is every photograph or video considered private?
Any photograph taken with your consent, you see, the beauty of it is that the Data Protection Act is very precise. It provides for consent in section 26. Then it goes ahead to provide for withdrawal of consent. So even if you said, oh, we took that picture together, and the person says, take it down, take me out of that picture, take down my video, the person has withdrawn consent. So proceeding without the person is an offense. And this Data Protection Act, this cyber stuff, from the word cyber, you already know it's talking about the internet,
Yeah.
it's talking about phones, it's talking about WhatsApp, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. So if I take a recording of you, even as we're having this very legitimate conversation,
Yeah.
and I put it online, and you object to it, either before I do or after I do, at whatever point I withdraw or do not give consent, your proceeding to do that is an offense, and it's also a breach of my rights, for which I can sue you civilly or I can report you criminally to be arrested.
So how does this consent work? What would you term as consent?
Express consent. And for purpose of evidence, consent in writing.
Okay.
Yeah, for purpose of evidence, consent in writing. So this even advances to content. Someone creates a content online, you're not allowed to just copy without referencing the person, without the person's permission. And that is why you see some of the meta apps and the rest, they when people report, And even sometimes without people reporting, you find them bringing down muting some videos, and they're saying the music you use in the background is not yours.
Yeah.
So there is absolute protection of privacy rights. Then going to what you give, the example you gave, like someone going to post someone's nudes in social media banter. There's nothing like banter in law. Law doesn't know banter. We only know handcuffs and damages and innocence or guilt. So all those things come under cyberbullying. Whether it is revenge posting or whatever, or the person insulted you and you said, oh, I will let the whole world know that you were dating me and you are a pastor or whatever, the person can sue you. And if he does, you will be made to pay. We've heard of cases in recent times where people were asked to pay 30 million, 100 million, 200 million naira damages. And those things are not just mere statements. If you don't pay, the government can seize your body like this. Apart from seizing your things, habeas corpus, you can be taken as meat to pay that money. Yeah.
So because let's paint this picture. Let's say I willingly send a private image to another person. Does the person have the right to share it?
The fact that I send the image to you is communication between us. Consent for you to share the image further is called data processing. Now, Section 33 of that Data Protection Act, in fact, from 30 to 33, talks about where the data controller shares the data with another data processor. So, this is what data processor is, not a job description. It's just someone that is in charge of the picture. Who's holding her. So let me just read a little. Data subject means an individual to whom personal data relates. Data processor means an individual, private entity, public authority, or any other person or body who processes personal data on behalf of or at the direction of a data controller or another data processor. Controller or data processor of major importance means a data controller or data processor that is domiciled, resident, or operating in Nigeria. So, data controller means an individual, private entity, public commission, agency, or any other body who alone or jointly with others determines the purposes and means of processing personal data. So, you're not supposed to. Personal data means any information relating to an individual who can, this is the definition section of the Data Protection Act in section 65, means any information relating to an individual who can be identified or is identifiable directly or indirectly by reference to an identifier such as a name, an identification number, location data, an online identifier, or one or more factors, that's like your Facebook page or whatever, specific to be the physical, psychological, physiological, genetic, psychological, cultural, social, or economic identity of that person. Is all encompassing. So I have a complete right to my picture. So if I walk into a park, an entertainment environment, you go into some places like in Port Harcourt, and then some camera guys rush at you. If you've already taken my picture, you owe to delete it. If I don't want it. If I come into your business center to print a document and you take it from my flash drive, after printing it, you ought to delete it from your system. So it's all encompassing. All right. So your phone storage is for your information, not mine.
So I can tell you to take it out. I don't want.
Yes, I can tell you to take it out. Yes.
Photographers. You just mentioned photographers. So what right do they owe except you paid them money for the job? As photographer, so you go for an event, paparazzi. Is it until you pay them money that they have a right to that picture? If they randomly take you a picture, you can tell them you don't want.
Yes, you can. Even if you pay them money, they are to just make the picture available to you. They are not to retain a copy of the picture, except with your express consent. Yes.
Okay, I thought I heard differently, that it becomes the photographer's property.
No. When you've paid for it, it's your property.
So consent to receive an image cannot be treated as consent to publish it.
Yes, it's not consent to publish it. And we also have defamation. And because that image could give false impressions of that person. So it can be defamation, it can be libel. Now, on the issue of artworks, there's a little difference. There's a difference where somebody maybe draws your image. It's different from capturing your data.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you snap me, you don't have a right to post it. In fact, if you process my song, the government, the Federal High Court, just gave judgment in favor of Sinach against, and her music record against her producer, her former producer, who was claiming, is it 5 billion, some billions, for rights that he produced the song for her and all of that. Waymaker, the Waymaker, Miracle Worker. So, but then the court said no. She originated the song. So the fact that you played a role, you snapped me. You didn't dress me up. What if I did plastic surgery to make my face that fine? The picture is fine because I'm in it. So you didn't contribute any intellectual property.
So
you have no right to retain that picture. General knowledge, people say the person who snapped you, when you get to court, is different. I'm in litigation. It's totally different. And there is no law written anywhere. The callers can call in. There is no law written anywhere that says you can just take my data, you can just record me on video and just post it. It is absolutely wrong. It's in breach of the Data Protection Act. It's in breach of cyberbullying. It's in breach of the Cyber Crimes Act. It's in breach of Section 37. I'll get to read Section 37 if time avails me, of the Constitution that enshrines that right to privacy.
What about a case where what does the Nigerian law say about sharing intimate images without permission? That's sharing. You're just on your own and someone sends you intimate images.
Is harassment.
Okay.
Is harassment. It is a form of visual sexual harassment. So if you send images to me, in fact, it's against the criminal code. Basic old 1990 Laws of Federation of Nigeria Criminal Code Act, now enshrined as criminal code laws of different states, like River State. So it's harassment. If it is images of a child, it is child pornography. And child pornography carries a capital sentence, carries a very heavy sentence. So it's child pornography under the Section 22 of the Cyber Crime Protection Act. So it's child pornography is not allowed. So, but if it's an adult, it's also harassment. It's sexual harassment. It's cyberbullying. You don't send me your videos, your news without my consent. I must have requested for it. Now, if you see, there are some people you relate with, and they will chat you up and say, especially people who have stayed outside the country, when they are chatting, they say, "Can I call you?"
Yes.
They don't just call
you
because it's an infringement of your privacy. There are people that will just call you on video call by 4 a.m. when you're supposed to be in bed, maybe with your wife, your spouse, whoever, and they just call you, and they have no. It's not about decency, it's about law. It's a breach, it's cyberbullying. So it's unlawful. So you don't send me your nudes, you don't send me your stuff, except I request for them. And if I request for them and you send them to me, I'm not permitted to share them without your consent, because you shared them to me as a person. However, there is a very salient provision of law called voluntae non fit injuria. It is a Latin maxim of ancient denomination. In fact, it's a product of equity and the common law combined. Voluntae non fit injuria means that the person who volunteers cannot claim injury. So I'm not going to go and dance nude in front of you and tell you record me, and then the thing leaks out and then I start complaining. So the court will really want to know if I volunteer. So if you on your own, because you just heard this thing now, start posting your nudes all over, and then you say you're sharing your news, you are waiting for the person that will post it so that you will sue them, because Barrister Jubilee say you can sue them. The court will want to know if you acted volunteering yourself to that harm. Voluntary non-fit injury means if you volunteer to be harmed. I mean, you saw where that principle of law was actually created by Lord Atkins in a scenario, a case in the House of Lords in England, which is like their Supreme Court, where somebody was passing by a construction site and then chose to stay where I think they were offloading whatever and some boulders or something hit the person, rocks and stuff. They were walking, excavate. And the law said, the judges said, and created the law that if you come to where they are doing welding or doing something, and you go and put your hand in the thing that will harm you, you cannot turn around and say, oh, your
They
stuff
hurt
harmed
you.
me, I'll sue you. No, you have volunteered to be injured. Yeah.
Well, in a case where, because we've heard people,
Yeah.
especially public figures, talk about someone took pictures of them, they were unaware, or made videos of them, they were unaware. Sometimes the person is threatening and trying to extort money, blackmail. You don't even know what means or however they're going to share it. Some of these people use third parties. So in a case where maybe it was secretly recorded, what's if
you have a right.
investigations?
You have a right. You have a right to. And when I say voluntary non-fit injuria, it is not an absolute defense.
Okay.
It is to the extent that the court can see that you acted in a way as though you really wanted it. For instance, if you bring your nude and post it in a WhatsApp group of 1,000 members, you have already published it by yourself.
Yeah.
It's different from when it was recorded or sent between you and someone. So if someone recorded you unaware, or recorded your names unaware, or recorded you when you were indecently dressed unaware, is a crime, and there is civil liability on that.
So if someone threatens to release private images unless money is paid or demands are met, what offenses may have been committed?
Okay, that is a very precise one. I would want to read straight from the Cyber Crimes Act.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, what that is generally is called cyberbullying.
Okay.
Let me just summarize it, then I'll read. Cyberbullying means that I'm doing this thing in order to threaten this person to do something that will pay me.
Sextortion, blackmail.
Yeah, sextortion specifically. That's the more. Any person who knowingly makes or sends other pornographic images to another computer by way of unsolicited distribution shall be guilty of an offense and shall be sentenced to imprisonment. Any person who uses any computer, this is 23 now, this is child pornography. Then there is specifically where you now go to do identity thefts. All right? Now, there is cyber threats. There is cyber threats and there is cyber terrorism. Let me read from section 24 so that we'll just get into the meat of it. If you take someone's picture and you post it, and your intention is to make that person pay money and or to get the person to it's like demanding ransom. Let me put it that way. It's like demanding ransom. Now, beyond the cyber provisions, there is the anti-kidnapping law of Rivers State. Okay? And that is in section 1.3 of that act, or law rather. It provides that if you do anything or say anything to get somebody to pay money, you're threatening the person that you're going to do this except the person pays money. What you have done specifically is that you have committed a form of attempted kidnapping, because that person is going to pay that money for fear that you will harm him or you will harm his reputation. Yes. Now, it's called cyber stalking. It's called cyber stalking. So it's so important you don't go into publishing a person's images or threatening a person. Say, oh, I have your videos, I have your news. I had a case one time, and this is very rampant among university students.
Okay.
A part was bare.
Yeah.
So I think he got some part of her boobs or something. And the young man was threatening to post. And she had even sent him her feeding money. I was like, you already wasted money. I told him, don't worry, he won't post it. She was like, why? I said, did you tell him that you told me? So yes, that she told him that he has asked her brother, who is a lawyer, to help her out with money. So the moment he heard it's a lawyer and he heard it was me, he just stayed clear. So I later now told her, I said, you know why he didn't post it? So I said it would have been a crime. Would have sent him to jail.
Okay.
So And I've also had a scenario of a young man that was arrested. In this case, it was a culprit whose father called me that he threatened the girl with her videos. I think he later posted it on a WhatsApp group and all of that. He's been charged to court, even with the money he paid. I refused to take up that matter because I felt the young man should face the music, because we don't encourage things like that. His dad had a way of going around it. And I think they're finally settling out of court. But it's important to know, you don't record someone, you don't post, you don't say, oh, we did this together, I will let the whole world know. Even if the person is a reverend father, it's an offense. That is within the realm of morality. Within the realm of law, it's an offense.
Yeah, it's a very sensitive issue. The first thing when people are blackmailed is most times they're usually scared. Oh, people will begin to see me in this light because this is private. This is my body or my nudes. And then if this person posts it on whatever platform, my image is affected. That's why some people just begin to start sending money without even they don't care, or they don't want to consider the process that the law grants them or would give them before they pay money. They just start giving money out of fear.
What they should do immediately is to have a lawyer write a petition on the basis of this and have the person arrested. Interestingly, the Cybercrimes Protection Act, the enforcement of it goes as far as both the police, the DSS. Yes. Let me read this. Section 24 says, any person who knowingly or intentionally sends a message or any or other matter by means of computer systems or network, and it defines computer to mean something like a phone.
Yeah.
Okay? So, or network that is grossly offensive, pornographic, or of an indecent, obscene, or menacing character, or causes any such message or matter to be sent, or he knows to be false for the purpose of causing annoyance, inconvenience, danger, obstruction, insult, injury, criminal intimidation, enmity, hatred, ill will, or needless anxiety to another person, such a message to be sent commits an offense under this act, and shall be liable on conviction to a fine of not more than 7 million naira or imprisonment for a term not more than 3 years. Any person who knowingly or intentionally transmits or causes the transmission of any communication through a computer system or network, to bully, threaten, or harass another person, where such communication places another person in fear of death, violence, or bodily harm to another person, or containing any threat to kidnap any person or any threat to harm the person of another, any demand or request for a ransom for the release of any kidnapped person, to extort from any person, firm, association, or corporation, anybody or any other thing of value. See is where we are going. Containing any threat to harm the property or reputation of the addressee. So the moment I send a message to someone sends a message to me to say, I will do this to harm your reputation, or of another, or the reputation of a deceased person, or a threat to accuse the addressee or any other person of a crime, to extort from any person, firm, association, or corporation any money or other thing of value, commits an offense under this act, I shall be liable to 10 years imprisonment.
We see something play out on social media where something happens and everybody begins to share, right? Let's say it's a private picture, someone's nude or anything, and then people are resharing. Say, I'm only resharing what I saw.
You're also guilty.
You're guilty.
Yes, because in defamation, if you publish or republish defamation that was already published, you are as guilty.
Publish or republish.
Or republish, yes. You are as guilty as the person who originally published. This is why, in fact, Facebook is also guilty if they allow. This is why Facebook takes down those videos. They don't take it down because Mark Zuckerberg wants to control you. They take it down to excuse themselves from the criminal responsibility, from all liability. They remove their head. And if you want to go and post it elsewhere on X or wherever is allowed, you are your own. Because when people sue for these defamations, they sue Google, they sue all the relevant agencies, and when court gives judgment, those guys have to pay. So you don't reshare what you don't know. In fact, somebody was posting on her wall this morning, and I saw someone that's a friend She just likes to post raw stuff and just talk. She said that there is this lady thing from Ghana that is posting her news. That if not for Marx principles, she would have, community standards, she would have reposted it. And I just read it and I scrolled past. I said, thank God for your life. Because if you repost that video, it's just like when the man from, is it Cote d'Ivoire also?
Yeah.
The King Solomon man thing was trending. Everyone who shared that video, that man had a right to sue them. Of course, but he may
Maybe
have been,
he was going through a lot
he was
mentally
more
too.
wrapped up in his mental
Absolutely.
issues.
All right. So, if you discover that your private content is online, what's the first step you take?
The first thing to do, in addition to consulting a lawyer, why I said in addition to consulting a lawyer is that the situation may vary. We give general enlightenment on radio like this, but specific consultation may vary because it depends on what exactly and how exactly it was posted. The first thing to do is to report online. First of all, have a record, proof of it. I mean, you can use your screen recorder on most Android phones to show that this person posted it on his wall. Record it. Number two, report to the online service. Even if it's WhatsApp, there is where you can report to your WhatsApp. Report to the Facebook, whoever. Report. There's where you report a video and have record that you reported. Then the third one is to take legal action. Now, if you know the person, don't go far. Go to the nearest police station. The police they always do trainings. They're enlightened about these laws. Go to the nearest police station, make an entry, and go and pick that person up. That will serve so many purposes. Number one, that will establish that you did not consent to it. Number two, that will cause the person to immediately take down
take it down.
those images. There was a time when Tiwa Savage had a lot of stuff online, and then later it was brought down. It was through processes like this. You don't have to make noise. By the time the guy who has the blog or the vlog is locked up for CID for 2 days, all his boys will take down all the videos. That's how it works. So that's what you do. So you go arrest the person. It's as though the person stole your goat. Is a crime as much as that. It's not.
All right. If you just tuned in, this is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, and we have been exploring privacy. I mean, privacy to pictures, images. What happens if someone secretly records another person? How does this law interpret photos used to threaten or blackmail someone? I'm talking about the law of privacy, what the law says about your private life, your private pictures, your videos, your images. Okay, I said pictures earlier. What if private chats are posted online out of anger, revenge, or for entertainment? So privacy is highly revered in the law, and there are sections to it explaining why this should not happen and why that should not happen and punishment to it. Now, to you, the listener, have you ever had your privacy violated online? Do you think enough people understand the legal risks of sharing private content? And what questions do you have for our legal expert here? What questions do you have for him? As if you've been listening, I have Barrister Wokoro Jubilee Chinonso here, Esquire. So you can ask any question. I'm sure he should give a response to it. But have you ever had your privacy violated online, and how did you handle it? Or you're going through that now, you don't even know how to, then you can call in and ask. Do you think enough people understand the legal risks of sharing private content? And what questions do you have for the legal expert? 0810-9510-951. Welcome to the Law.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yes. I have a question to the guest in the studio.
All right.
I heard him talking about that. For you not to allow somebody to put maybe your image, it needs to be in writing. By law, it needs to be in writing. That you must write to the person. The area I'm going is that if you don't want
you want to draw your consent for somebody not to post your image, you need to write the person by writing. You need to inform the person by writing so that it can be legal in the court. You know, my question is, if you don't write the person, that means you don't have the right to go to court to challenge the person because you don't have any evidence. That's number one question. Then number two, in a public gathering, then you may find yourself in a public gathering where they are gathering, maybe people are taking picture. If you see yourself that you have been posting that picture, that is a good picture, you also have a right to sue a person that posts the good picture because it's a good picture, or you need to also write for you to have a right to move the case in the court.
All right.
That's the area.
All right. I'm sure you got.
Yeah, I got him. What I said is you have to give consent in writing. I didn't say you need to write to withdraw consent. I'm just saying the person who posted your image wrongly should be able to bring out where you put your hand down and wrote and said, post my image. Yes, you can do anything you want with it. If you don't give that person that written right, he has no right to post it. You don't need to write to him to tell him not to post it.
All right. Keep the calls coming. 0810-9510-951. Ask your questions this morning on the law today. All right, that call dropped. I think there's a message here. What about the journalists who show videos and pictures of people online and on TV without consent? Prince Will from HA.
I don't know about that. I know that before, sometimes we come out of court and journalists come to meet us. We already know that they are interviewing you to post it on the news. They are not there to do amebo. So it's very unreasonable for you to assume that after attending to Today FM or whatever FM, they come with their mic is branded. You now say, I didn't know you were going to post it. You were asked to give your opinion on something. The opinion is to be heard. So it doesn't apply. If you are in an event and there is general recording of the event, it doesn't apply. It is your private. If you are in a church and they videoed everybody and and the camera passed you where you were kabashing or whatever, it doesn't have there's no law against that. It's your personal stuff. Maybe you went to an event and then you got on the dance floor dancing, your cloth became like King David's cloth and bear and all of that. Then at that point, if you had not given consent, you can go to the person and say, oh boy, that part, cut it out. You even hear people who talk about live stuff and say, don't post this part.
Yeah.
So if you now is when the will is violated, that's when there's a problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even for, the person who talked about journalists, sometimes you see journalists on TV reporting a matter, even police officers, until someone has been declared a criminal. When they are parading criminals, they cover their faces sometimes. I see that
because they are suspects.
They are suspects, yes.
Under section 36 of that same Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, they are presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. Yes.
So you see those videos on TV, you see that their faces are blurred. There's a blurry.
Yes, it's intentional.
Covering their face because they respect the privacy of the person. Hi, Queen and the lawyer. Please, what if I posted my picture or video online and somebody now posts it to somebody or online? Will the person go against the law? Do you mean resharing?
You posted your video online.
Yes. Picture or video online, somebody now posts it to somebody or online. Will the person go against the law?
Okay, it depends on the kind of picture and it depends on what you mean by online. If you post it on X videos, all those nude sites, I had to be very explicit because this is adult talk. You posted it there for people to view it.
Yeah.
Okay. So that doesn't apply.
And there are options for resharing.
Yes, you can block. You can say put the settings that nobody should be able to share. Yes, I've seen posts where somebody made a post and then the person and people in the comment section say, please allow us to reshare because there's no.
Yeah.
This
Even
thing.
on WhatsApp, some
Yeah.
people don't have their reshare button
Button,
on.
yes. It's not functional.
So it's a choice that you can absolutely something you can work with. Welcome to the law today.
Dr. Dennis.
Yes, welcome, Dr. Dennis.
I think there's general ignorance. A lot of people just enjoy using their fingers, post this, post that. It's good that there's enlightenment, Generally, I feel that the lawyers in this country should push for teaching of this thing as part of the curriculum in school. It will help build the society better, and then encourage the use of prisons. People are not prosecuted in this country. The white man built all the prison yards we know today. Since they left 66 years back, where they built that should accommodate 5,000 people are now accommodating more than 30,000. I have not seen any governor that come up and build new prison yards. People should be corrected by the prisons. If somebody does wrong, even though 6 months, let him go there. By the time he returns, he will become a better citizen. Thank you.
All right. This is a question. Good morning, Queen. What the lawyer said is nice only on paper to deal with cyberbullying. Practically, when you are attacked and report to security agencies to take action, they will ask you to mobilize them, which the least amount will be 100,000 naira. Even the lawyer will also ask for money to engage. In the end, you'll be forced to chicken out because of lack of fund. It's only the elite and the rich that can pursue for the offender to be punished. Charles.
I wish the person called in. I would have wanted to answer him right straight up, but I think he's listening, so I will still answer. Mr. Charles, you are wrong. Number one, I do not think that there is any police station that will ask you to pay 100,000 naira to take steps on cyberbullying. Police people make, if you want to go very practical, they get their money when although bail is free. So they are not going to turn a blind eye. It depends on how your case is reported. Okay, it depends on how your case is reported. There are people who go to the police station and you can clearly see that they just have a beef with this person. They just want to harass the person. There's really no crime. There is truly no crime. You just want to harass the person. I cannot say there is no rot in the police system, in the force. I cannot say there is no rot in the judicial system. There is no perfect system globally. When I came in, you were discussing citizens and government rights. There are issues here and there, rights and responsibilities and lapses. But you can enforce your rights. You can sue. There are legal aid agencies. Okay, there is legal aid that is paid. Legal aid council is paid by the federal government and well-meaning individuals. They are in the high court premises. There is justice for the poor. The problem is that the poor man wants to oppress somebody like though he's rich. He just had an argument with his neighbor saying, I will arrest you. I will arrest you. And you don't have money. That's arrogance is not for you. And I'm just being as raw and real as I can be. If you go to FIDA, in the NBA house complex, if you go to the Legal Aid Council, and there are some human rights organizations that have sponsors. If you go there, I know some churches in Rivers State that sponsor lawyers to take up human rights cases. If you go there and you have a genuine problem, you have a real problem, you are being harassed, your nude was, something bad happens. In fact, these days, the fact that you just talk about it, there are so many people online, VDM, and a lot of people, they will just pick you up and start taking up. There are lawyers I know that anywhere that kind of thing happens, you see them. So, so the truth is, did you really suffer a breach of your fundamental rights, or you're just being egocentric? And I must say this, while the law is an ass, the legal system is not put in place for you to use to resolve personal ego vendetta issues. Is put in place for you to solve real legal problems. Yeah. I don't want to push this further because it's something I'm passionate about, but use your legal system, report to a lawyer to solve. Somebody called me that the other wife of the husband said this to her, and she was calling by 10 p.m. Said that, and I said, okay, so what did she do? Say, what did she talk? No, Rich. What she said was not enough. barrister, I want to deal with her. So I just billed her and she cut the call. Because that's not why I went. I didn't go to law school to settle two wives quarreling issues. All right.
Yeah.
That was the
All
lighter
right, let's
side.
take this call. Welcome to the law today.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is gentleman. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Go on, please.
Yes. If I understood your yes very well, he said that you can't post anything that will not be permitted by the very person you video. Yes, I want to know where court have stated that you can video a policeman that is on duty. I want to ask now, if you video a policeman without his consent and you post it, is that law hold? Are you committing any offense? Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I love his question.
Yeah.
There are exceptions to the Data Processing Act. One of them is where you need to publish that thing for the purpose of a legal proceedings and for the purpose of proving a legal point. It is expressly provided in the Data Protection Act. So if Section 27, before a data collector controller collects personal data directly, okay, it's all very long to read, but the summary, let me just summarize it. For the performance of a contract to which the data subject is a party, this is 25 now, where publishing data is allowed. One is when the person has given giving consent and has not withdrawn consent. But two is where it is necessary for compliance with a legal obligation. Section 25, 1BII of the Protection Act, Nigeria Data Protection Act, for the compliance with a legal obligation to which the data controller or data processor is subject. So, if the policeman is committing an offense, if he's acting ultra virus, if he's doing a wrong thing, if he's insisting that I should give him 10,000 even when my papers are correct, I have a right to record him for the purpose of presenting it in court.
Okay.
And let me also put it, if you record police officers, record this, it is for the purpose of presenting it in court. I will not suggest that you go on social media campaign. If you present it in court, and the court rules on it, then a documentary or whatever can be done on what the court ruled, and that can be online. But it's for the purpose of presenting it in court. So, policeman, yes, we can record you when you are doing the wrong thing.
Okay.
We don't need your consent to record you asking for bribe from us, because it's something that affects us both. That's why there are CCTV cameras. If a criminal enters my compound, my CCTV camera, I'm entitled to record him. If you stand in front of my gate, the camera at my gate is supposed to be able to record you, and you don't have a right to privacy in my compound. I should see you anywhere you are. Of course, not when you are in the bathroom, but anywhere else you are, I should be able to see you.
In a situation where you're owing someone and didn't pay up, the person you're owing now posts your picture on social media as a debtor. What does the law say about this, or says about this?
I think the Lagos State High Court gave a judgment recently against one of these online debts loan people. That's a whole issue on its own. It is wrong to publish someone's data that the person is owing. However, there is the Credit Bureau of Nigeria, and once in a while you see that banks, when there are certain issues, you see the central bank and the others, they publish some big debtors. It happened some time ago. That's how we heard that some of our big men in Nigeria are actually owing. The thing was viral some years back. So that is a legal process, and there are criteria to be met before that is done. And sometimes that is done to say, this man's assets, we are coming after him. If he's also owing you, know that he was owing us first. But to say that I just take someone's picture, some even do and make obituary and say this person is there, or this person has HIV, or this person is a criminal on the run, catch him, he's wanted. That's online, or whoever you are owing can be sued for that. That's cyberbullying. that's some bit of cyber stalking, that's harassment. If lies are told in that post, that's defamation and libel. So and that's
Queen,
it.
if I borrowed money from an individual and pledged to be paying interest pending when I'm done using the money, and the person I borrowed the money from said he needs his money, that I should stop paying interest and refund his money. And me, this is how the person wrote, and me that borrowed the money, I refused to pay, but I still continue to pay interest. Don't forget, the person I borrowed the money from has the screenshot of the money he transferred to me. So do I have the right to quarrel and shout at the person even when I'm still paying interest? And do I have the right to threaten the person that I borrowed the money from? What does the law say about this?
Go to court if someone is owing you. The court will determine who should pay what, when to pay interest, when to do anything. You don't use social media banter so that you don't cross the line. And there are small claims courts. The small claims court covers even from 5 million to 1 naira. Yes,
Okay,
and the procedure is easier there.
All right, let's take this call. Welcome to the law today.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I also want to ask a question.
Go on, please.
Your guest mention of not as a suspect, you cannot post his picture for as in is wanted. I want to also know, in a case where police is looking for somebody, police also post someone's picture, as in asking anyone who knows his whereabouts that is wanted. Are they not committing an offense?
There is no offense there. There is no offense there. If the police is looking for someone, they have not claimed anything yet. It is when you say this murderer is wanted and the court has not convicted the person of murder. If you just say this person is wanted for investigation, even if it's investigation for murder, there's no problem. Anybody can be investigated for anything. I mean, a pastor did a giveaway recently, and the EFCC chairman was there to say that when money was coming into the church from their online prayer, that he had to start investigating. Money alert from Togo, from here, from who is this? It didn't make any sense to me, because if the man has followers from about 16 countries joining his morning prayer, and they have offering time, you should expect that money will be coming from different. But the man did his investigation and he had a right to. So you can investigate someone, you can indicate that you are investigating someone, but it ends there. You are not permitted to convict the person and sentence the person and then publish a sentence all by yourself. You have to go to court with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, how can people, especially these days where, like I mentioned when I started, you just have your phone, you just can just do anything, and it feels instant, and the consequences can be a lifetime, but people don't even know or are not aware of these. How can we further encourage people understanding the importance of privacy, whether civil and criminal consequences to this? Is it when more people are prosecuted, or constant education?
Well,
Someone talked about some of these things learned in our secondary schools.
Yeah,
especially the law.
They should actually build prisons and all of that. That's good. That's true. I think the first step we need to take is Nigeria should get more litigious. Okay? Nigeria should be more conscious of going to court to resolve issues.
But they have their concerns. So the way the delays.
Well, a lot has improved. The small claims court handles matters within 60 days. A lot has improved. People still carry the old. It's just like the medical system in Nigeria. A lot has improved if you know the right place to go to. And it also depends a lot on the lawyer handling your matter and how he approaches it. So like in debt recovery, many times when we do debt recovery for people, the debts come out faster and they wonder, how did you do it? Because it's one of our specialties. So it depends on the specialty of your lawyer. So you don't take a lawyer that is mostly into land buying and selling, agent stuff and all of that property business, and then you come and tell him that somebody did cyber stuff with you, and he may not have had the time to read this Cyber Crimes Act ever. Do you understand? So he's going to advise you differently. He's going to follow you differently. So get more litigious, take things seriously. Most times what you tolerate today is what escalates tomorrow. You know, when there's an apostle somewhere in Edo State that sued a a supposed actress sometime. You may know the people I'm talking about. And then judgment was given against her. Since that time, I've not heard anybody come out to say, this man did this to me.
Yeah.
This man. It's as if everybody left the man alone. But at a point, when the man was not responding, the accusations were everywhere.
Yeah.
So there are things they say if you give the devil an inch, he will take a foot. If you give him a foot, he will take a mile and all of that. So if somebody has encroached, some of you that are listening to me, somebody has broken the fence of your land, he has encroached, he has extended it by 3 feet, so it's just 3 feet. He will claim that building you are living in very soon. So take steps, and if you're doing things to people, be very precise. If you're online with someone, don't post my picture. Don't be laughing. Yeah. Don't do that now, Emeka. Don't do that. And then he does it. So let clear boundaries also help us.
Thank you so much, Nwokoro Jubilee Chinonso Esquire, corporate commercial litigation and constitutional lawyer. Thank you so much for coming to the studio and giving responses to these questions, and also throwing light, especially to how important privacy is to any Nigerian. Thank you so
You're
much for
welcome.
coming.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's our show, The Law Today. I'm sure you picked a thing or two. Be careful out there. And the word privacy just even basically explains it. You should know that this is this person's matter. Let the person handle their matter by themselves, except they ask you to. And if someone reaches out and say, please bring down my picture, don't start arguing. You've heard the lawyer and all that he said. 11 o'clock, Family Circle. We're doing with Harriet Ojeba, talking about I'll give you heads up when we get it, so don't go. Thank you. I'm Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Neon.
Yes, it's that time where if you were born in a family or you associate with one, then you should be listening to this program right on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Few words in marriage generate as much debate as the word submission. For some, it's a timeless biblical principle that promotes order, love, and harmony in the home. For others, it's a concept that has been misunderstood, misused, or even weaponized to justify control and inequality. In today's world, where many couples both work, contribute financially, and make decisions together, what does submission really mean? Is it about obedience, respect, mutual sacrifice, leadership, partnership? Has society misunderstood the concept, or is it time to rethink how we interpret it? This morning, we're exploring one of the most talked about and sometimes controversial topics in marriage: submission in modern marriage, outdated idea or biblical wisdom. I'm joined by Harriet Ojeba. Good morning.
Good morning.
Harriet Ojeba, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Do you ever have a calm day? You're always smiling. Do you ever have a day where I don't have strength today? I don't want to talk to anybody. Do you? Or do you ever have that?
I don't think so.
Okay, interesting. It's good. Hope you've had a great week.
Yes, I do. I did. Even though my husband is not home now.
You miss your husband.
I do. That guy is my backbone.
I can imagine. Oh, I cannot imagine. No, because I'm very single.
No, you don't know.
I don't know what it feels like. I don't. All right.
No.
So, how should we define submission? Because when you talk about the word submission, I think a lot of people have their perspective to it, their definition to it. Some people think it's this or that. People just interpret submission differently. How would you define the word submission?
If you ask me to define submission, I will tell you it's leadership under control.
Okay.
Yes. Because submission, you are still a leader as a woman. You understand? The house is yours. God has given you the house to build. In the account of Proverbs 14 verse 1, the Bible said the wise woman builds a house. So I took my time to also check from the Bible, Genesis to Revelation. I wanted to see where it was also written that the wise man builds his house. Why the foolish man blocks it down with his own hand? I didn't see. Then I realized one of the bulk responsibility of building a home lies in the hands of the woman. Okay. So a woman is still the leader. Do you understand? But you are under the control of a man. Do you understand? But it's quite unfortunately that we are here, that we are talking about this, because I don't think we should be talking about this if we actually understand the true meaning of submission to women, if they really do. Because the Bible says with knowledge, with understanding and wisdom, a house is built. So what is knowledge? Knowledge is information gathered. But if you gather information without understanding it, you cannot use it. Do you understand? So it's the two different things. So the Bible was not, Bible is the wisdom in the Bible. In fact, if you read Bible, I don't need any other books to go. I don't need any other books, because they say with knowledge, understanding, and wisdom, a house is built. So when you gather this information about what submission is all about, then when you now understand the true meaning of submission, why God did it, why God made it that way, then what happened? The wisdom comes in. Then you'll be able to apply it. But it's unfortunately that some of us don't even actually know the template, the actual manual. It's just like every manufacturer. When they manufacture an item, they give you a guideline. There's a small leaflet, thanking you a small leaflet in a packet. So when you open it, it's a guide, for durability's sake and for your own safety's sake. So at the end of the day, if you don't read it because you feel very weak and you don't want to read it, and you trash it at the end of the day, and that item packs up from you, is it the manufacturer's problem or your problem or my problem? It's your problem because you did not read the instructions. So that is where that's why we are here today.
Is the religious understanding of submission, is it different from the cultural understanding of submission, or are they the same, or somehow they work hand in hand?
They work hand in hand. Have you ever asked yourself, our parents' time, during the elderly women, the older generation of women, why was it working for them? Some of them are not Christians. They are not Christians. Do you understand? They don't even know the biblical principles. So, but the difference between the elderly women, the older generation, and now, why is it not working for us? But it was working for them because they understood one thing, the principle, and they applied it without even knowing the Bible. So the difference between the older generation and now, it is principle, application of principle. So they work hand in hand. They work hand in hand. So this is how submission started. You know, Adam and Eve was in the Garden of Eden. Satan came to tempt, came in, spoke to the wife, not Adam. Adam was absent. You know, the wife took authority. You know, women have this manipulative tendency, all this why, to want to dominate. Because what's the rationale behind Eve not wanting to call Adam? Like, come, there's somebody strange here. He's telling me something that the Lord said we should not do. We shouldn't eat. So why are you trying to convince me? You know, for a woman that really know, okay, yes, I have a partner that marries about teamwork, collaboration, he would have called Adam. But you know, women right from creation have this manipulating tendency, want to be on top. So he took the fruit and ate. So a sentence was passed upon man when man violated the just law in the Garden of Eden. And from there, a sentence was passed. You, woman, your desire shall be from your husband, and he shall rule over you. Okay. So women, so there were two major rules that was given. The manual, the template, the manual. Two major rules was given. Men, love your wife. Women, be submissive. But unfortunately, these two things, these two rules are the most difficult things for a man and a woman to keep. And that's why Satan, because Satan can never penetrate a place that's not mismanaged. Most homes are being mismanaged. So Satan is capitalizing on that mismanagement. A woman feels, no, I shouldn't submit. A man feels, oh, why should I pour all the love on my wife? So the problem in marriage actually started when men feel, no, we don't like God's design anymore. The architectural designs, we don't like it anymore. Because God is the chief architect. He is the chief architect, the architect of all architects. He has given you a structure, a design of the house. But our women are coming out now, no, we do not want that design anymore. It doesn't fit modern structure. We will bring it down and we will build our own that fits modern philosophy, politically correct views to us. So a woman does not see submission as what submission is according to the biblical principle. A woman is not interpreting submission as being stripped of power. Do you understand? Because as being controlled, as being muted, as being silenced, and being devalued. That is what women are seeing submission as right now.
Because that word submission evokes a lot of emotion.
Yes.
Especially these days.
These days, because they don't have understanding of what submission is all about. The biblical one. Some people feel it's outdated. It can never be updated because you did not manufacture. You didn't create marriage. You're not the manufacturer. The institution was created by God, and God gave His own manual, His own template guiding this whole thing. We are here speaking about marriage issues. Women are submitting today because some people bluntly refuse to understand what true submission is. Go to the manual. I didn't write it. I am not the manufacturer. There is a guideline to everything. If you go to university, you want to be a medical doctor, what do? You go to school. If you want to practice medicine, you go to their medical school for you to obtain that degree and come out and practice. So also, if you want to succeed in marriage, you go in, take up the manual, take up the template. What is my own? What is my role? What is my role? I tell men and women, look, you can only function best on the space that God has given you to function. You don't shift to the other side. But it's unfortunately, the women are trying to shift to the space of the men. They are trying to replace the men, which is not possible. You want to be on top? No. Eve was presented to Adam, not Adam presented to Eve. So we are taking submission too far. Submission does not mean, oh, the man becomes a dictatorship. Rule over you, you don't have control over yourself. No. Submission means, look, there is somebody there's an authority that I submit to. Because I see women do this mistake a lot. Why is it not difficult for a woman, to submit to the boss? Yes, sir. You want me to do this? Okay, yes, because you're being paid, isn't it? Oh, do this. But why is it not difficult for a woman to submit to their pastor? But why is it difficult to submit to their husband? That instructions were given categorically. That for Ephesians chapter 5:22, women, submit yourself unto your own husband as unto the Lord. So sometimes when you submit to this man, it doesn't mean they really deserve the submission you're giving to them. But because God has given you that instructions, so when you submit to them, you automatically submit to the Lord. So we must understand these biblical principles. It doesn't mean you're being stripped of your power. No. Nobody, I'm not being stripped of my own power. No, I'm still a leader, but I have somebody on top of me that I'm subject to. Do you understand? Because when Eve did this, God was not happy. He was being manipulated by the Satan. You know, he took the fruit that she was asked not to take. And God said, no, a woman, you can never be alone anymore. Because God has already seen this manipulative tendency that the woman wants to be on top all the time. He said, no, I presented you to Adam, not Adam to Eve. You are supposed to be under Adam. Henceforth, for this thing you have done, your desire shall be from your husband. He shall rule over you. It doesn't mean you are not a ruler anymore, but there's somebody that you are subject to that's going to control you. Because I tell you, if Adam was in the premises when Satan came in to tempt Eve, you know, Adam would have been able to resist it as a man. Do you understand? There's something about them to resist. No, God said we shouldn't eat it. So God said, no, Eve, calm down. Somebody will rule over you. You are still Eve. Nothing has changed. But you have to take an authority. There will be an authority over you.
Okay.
There must be leadership. If there's no leader in an organization, what happens? It becomes chaotic. In every organization, there's leadership, isn't it? From the CEO, from the MD, to the supervisors and everything. There must be a leader in a place. Because if there's no leadership, what happens? It becomes chaotic. So I don't know why we're talking about submission becomes very difficult for women to do. They feel they are being stripped of power. Nobody is stripped. You are not being stripped of your power. Understand the true meaning so that you can apply it. And that's where wisdom comes in. But like now, as I'm sitting here, I have the full understanding of what submission is all about. It doesn't mean you are muted, you are silent, or you're devalued. No, it doesn't mean so. Submission means, okay, no, there's somebody on top of me. There's somebody I will need to report to after everything that I've done. I need to report to somebody and also seek approval for somebody because there's somebody up there that is on top of me. And that's what the scripture said.
There's some people have asked questions around if submission can exist without equality in dignity and worth. If it can exist, the question around, can I be submissive rather, if I don't feel that equality in dignity and my worth? Does that affect submission?
You know, when we talk of submission, we are in the family circle right now.
Yes.
It's not outside. Mentally, a woman can be stronger in terms of academics than a man. Do you understand? Mentally, yes, it's quite different. Well, what we are talking about right now is a family role under the family umbrella. Do you understand? Because now women have taken it too far that even outside career. Because let me tell you how this whole thing started. You know, when feminism, this thing called feminism, whatever, how it started. Initially, the women discovered that look, there's this inequality in terms of, you know, work issues. You know, I might be mentally sound, really sound than a man. Do you understand? If I have the qualification, give it to me. If I have it, if I deserve it, give it to me. But then it was all about men working, women not doing anything and everything. You know, they were relegated to the back seat, and the women gathered together and said, no, enough is enough. If I have the qualification and I have what it takes to do the job, give it to me. But outside the home. Do you understand? But it's unfortunately that after the conference, there's some women that jacked this whole thing, turn it to the other way around. One, they're planning to displace the men. No, that's why I tell women, look, since you can never go anywhere if you are trying to raise shoulder with the men. If you make it very competitive, you can never go anywhere. No, we need to work with the men. All we are asking for our husbands, our men, you know, give us the enabling environment for us to unleash our potentials. We are not competing with you. We cannot compete with you. Do you understand? If we play a complementary role, allow us to strive. So that was the initial arrangement with this old Beijing conference. You understand? Allow us in the workplace. You know, no inequality, whatever. If I have the qualification, give me the position that I deserve. You know. But it was attacked by some group of women. No, the men cannot rule over we. We are trying to displace them. We are the king. We are not queens. No, we are not empress. We are emperors. What are you trying to do? You are trying to displace the men. And it's wrong. That's why you see, with all the noise we are making, we have not been able to get there. But the day we realize that the men are the men, that we need to walk by their side, we need to compliment them, and not to fight with them or compete with them, we will get there. So submission, you know, people do not really understand. You need to understand what submission is. You have gathered the information that submission is this, but how do you understand what submission is for you to be able to apply it? That's why wisdom comes in, because wisdom is the application of knowledge that you've understood. So it will work for you.
At what point do you think leadership becomes control? Because that's why some women think that they cannot submit or they are not naturally submissive. Because you also begin to ask the question around submission: is this something that should be freely given, right, or something that you have to coerce someone into or talk someone into? Are there environments or spaces that are naturally conducive for a woman to be submissive?
Absolutely. Yes, you are right. Everybody wants the soft life. Like the women will say, I want a soft life. Do you understand? When a woman gets a soft life, you will sleep on the floor for you because we are receivers. We always collecting and all that. But let me let you know, let me shock you something. Let me let you know something. What I see my mother did, what my mother actually did during that time, in spite of the very toxic environment, my mother was not really well taken care of by my father, but it's something phenomenal that my mother did that I'm still, till today, I marvel at the degree of wisdom that my mother actually applied in her home. She was not given that fair treatment. I'm from a polygamous family, and I say it. My father had 3 wives at that time, and my mother was the second wife. She was not really given that fair treatment. And besides not just giving a fair treatment, this is the woman who takes care of you. Your own is everything about you. I tell people the first manicure and pedicure I saw was for my mother, taking care of my father's nails. Cleaning his nails when he's well. My father would be well dressed in the house, not going anywhere. And that's where I learned all this dressing and everything. We're not going anywhere. My father would say, even though you're not going anywhere, you don't know who is coming to see you. So dress well, look good. So the whole thing started for my father.
Yeah.
My mother goes there to take care of him. And thank you, my wife. After doing this, do you understand? Cleaning your nails and everything. I'm always with my mom when he does that. But why would my father not just appreciate and say, thank you, my wife? But my mother don't take it that hard. So when we question my mom sometimes, she say, look, what I do is not for your father. Do you understand?
Okay.
What I do is not for your father. I've been asked to do something, and I don't want to be questioned that day that the man and the children I gave to you, what did you do with them? Because they didn't treat you fairly.
Yeah.
You not gave raiment for raiment, evil for evil. 2 wrongs cannot make it right. It's even though I'm not being appreciated by your father, it doesn't mean I should give him evil. No, I am a distinctive woman. I must live to my divine purpose. I know why I'm created. I know why I should act in this capacity because I don't want to be questioned. So she has her own principles. She's not, okay, she's not a woman that, okay, because you're not giving me that enabling environment for me to strive, you are not fair to me, then I treat you, I give you back to back. No, my mother was no. He said, no, prepare a beautiful meal for him to eat. Because by doing that, you are building a coal of fire on his head, not you. You are playing your role. And I saw that thing worked for my mommy. As we speak right now, my mother has been in the US for the past 25 years. My father's, the 2 wives are no more. My father is no more. So who told you? Who told you that if you be a woman and live to your divine purpose in spite of the environment that you are, that you don't have something to reap at the end of the day? So I tell people, look, you do not, marriage does not work with instinct. You can never succeed with instinct. The way you feel, no. It's about the value, attaching your value to your action, but not your action to your emotions. That works, that make marriage succeed. You cannot be, okay, this is how I feel, and you begin to act the way you feel. But the value you are going to get from that action is what makes a marriage succeed. So we must be very, very careful. So the Bible didn't always stipulate that, look, before you submit to your husband, he has to really take care of you and give you everything that it takes for you to submit. He didn't say it. He said, women, submit to your husband as unto the Lord. For the men, love your wife. And this thing becomes controversy. For a man to pour love and shower love so that the woman becomes very, very submissive to him, the man feels this is very difficult. And the woman feels, oh, if you don't give me love, I'm not going to submit to you. Do you understand? So that's where we are today.
So submission is also leadership. Submission.
Yes, that's what I told you. It's also leadership. It's leadership under control.
Okay.
You're still a leader. You are the one building the home. You have everything in your power, but you just have to be under the authority of somebody. That's all.
Okay. So how do couples navigate leadership when both partners are educated, employed, and financially independent?
Okay. Let me let you know something. Today, if you go to the courtroom, you'll be amazed. You'll be amazed the numbers of divorce that are coming in. The women taking their husbands to court, they want a divorce. What is going on? And most of these women are women that are financially really strong. They have good job, good paid jobs. Do you understand? But it's unfortunately that women in this part of the environment, they tie submission to provision, which is very, very wrong. So when a woman becomes financially capable, it feels, oh, what do I need you for?
Yeah.
I can pay my children's school fees. I can take them out. I can buy cars I want to buy. So why will I submit to you? So it is wrong. So we see many divorce cases right now because the women, they are financially capable. They feel they can take care of themselves. But is it right? Right now, but it's unfortunate that some women are not coming out. These same women that left their home, they are telling the younger women, look, my dear, if you are not being abused in your marriage, physically or emotionally, stay in your marriage. Because at the end of the day, when you come out, it's this small boy that are old enough to be your children that will be using your hands to rub your head. It will be married men that will want to pick you. What have you done to yourself? You have left your marriage. You cannot eat your cake and have it. So we must be very careful as women, the decision we take at the end of the day. Submission means you are also a leader, but under an authority of somebody. Submission is not I don't know why people see that something so grievous. It means you've been stripped of your power. I am still Harriet. I have not been stripped of my power. My husband knows that I'm here as we speak right now. He has called me this morning wherever he is. Where? Are you going to the station? Radio station? I said, yes, I'm going to go. What topic are you taking? I told him, we discussed. Do you understand? I am under him. Before I move, you understand? Look, my wife has to go today. And I'll call him, babe, I'll be here today. He said, no, I know, I'm aware. Given that report, making sure that somebody that is on top of you gets the flow about what you're doing. So what is submission? Submission is in the way we talk to our husbands. Do you understand? The way we speak, the way we dress. A man can say, look, this clothes that you're putting on right now, Harriet, no, it's too clingy. It's bringing out your curves and I don't like it. Do you understand? You're my wife and I don't want you to display so much. It doesn't take anything from you. But because you are financially capable, you feel you're intelligent, that's why I say people that have two intellects, it's very difficult for them to have a peaceful marriage. Do you understand? Because this one claim, I know. This one claim, I know. I tell women, you don't carry your qualification to marriage. You do not do that because you will lose at the end of the day. This man will forge ahead, but you will lose at the end of the day. When women come, because I have this qualification, my husband has this my husband has this complex, inferiority complex because I have a degree and all that. I look at them. I say, look, the worst thing you can do to a man is to flaunt your degree before them. Every man has this complex ego. If you do that, they feel you're trying to overthrow them. So they want to bring you down. So sometimes people think you're a fool. You are not a fool. With all the feathers that I have, qualification I have. Look, I am that person that didn't even go to primary school before my husband. I want to ask questions that I even know before. Because I want to make him the top. Make him feel that, look, I am learning from him. So all this qualification, you do not flaunt it before him. Because you will bring problem into your relationship. Calm down. Make a man the king of his castle. He will treat you like a queen. It's a simple thing we do not know. Women that are always bossy, that always want to be in control, be at the edge and everything. Where are they as we speak today? Some of them are not with husbands because they cannot come down so low to submit to a man. It's an instruction given. It's a divine order. But submission does not mean you'll be stripped of your power. No. You are still in control, but you just need to report to somebody. So in the way you dress, in the way you speak, our tone, our facial expression, our body language, all are part of submission to our husbands. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And you must realize that submission, it makes you feel, okay, I'm no longer the single girl.
Yeah.
No, I don't hold anybody. I'm not accountable to anybody when I was single. But as soon as you get married, you now know, look, I'm accountable to somebody. I must have to tell somebody something. It becomes a teamwork. Collaboration. Individualism is out completely from your life. It becomes teamwork, partnership between you and your husband. So anything you do, anything you want to do, you must bring your husband into the picture. Bring them, make them feel that they are superhero. You see, women that lead with influence, and they don't lead with control. They are the women that gets this man, get everything they need to get at the end of the day. It's not by raising shoulder with a man. You get nothing. when you raise shoulder with a man, you are just going to be, it will be a continuous argument, dispute here and there, no peace. Your husband has no peace, you don't have peace. But women who lead with influence, creating that enabling environment where peace and love can strive, they are the one that wins.
Does submission for a woman mean silence?
Out of it, I was going to come to that. It doesn't mean, it's okay, submit to a man. A man gives you the instruction, you keep, you understand. It doesn't mean when you are hot, you cannot express your feelings. You can express your feelings. Submission does not mean silence. It doesn't mean you are muted. But the problem that we are having right now, we have with women, when they come to me and say, look, you are not being stripped of your power. It's about how you present your case. Do you understand? How? You must ensure, you must know that your husband is an authority over you. He deserves that respect from you. So when you talk to him, you must understand that this man is an authority over my head. And I must talk to him with respect. So that's a two different thing. You must understand that this man is an authority over your head. It's like your boss in the office. You don't go to your boss and open your mouth and just talk anyhow. Boss, why did you come here this morning? I've been looking for you all this while. Your boss in the office, do you do that? No. So also is a husband. I've seen women prepare good meal, go to their pastors, dobal and sleep. But when it comes to their own husband, what happens? Their husband is nothing to them. So who told you that your pastor that you submit to? Yes, they are men of God, you submit to them. But what makes you feel that your pastor is actually better than your husband? That God gave an instruction categorically that be submissive to your own husband. So when you play your role, submit to your husband, you are submitting to God and to your pastors or whatever. So your husband comes first. It is very important to know this man has an authority over your head. So we must know that.
Okay. So does it mean tolerating abuse?
No. So like I tell people, women, it doesn't mean you tolerate abuse. They say safety first. That's why I said initially, I said, look, when you're in a marriage, you're not physically abused, you're not emotionally manipulated, you are not being gaslighted, that you doubt your existence. Do you understand? If you are not in that kind of toxic environment, a toxic marriage, you're not married to a narcissist, that you're almost going out, stay in that marriage. But marriage does not mean, it does not lead to, it's not a death sentence. You see that your life is at stake. Because Harriet have come here to submit, hey, they say we should submit now, then you die in it. If you die, you're gone. Your children will suffer. So when you see that your life is being threatened, even the Bible, St. Paul said, look, pull out for some time so that the elders will intervene in the case you don't die in marriage. Marriage is not a death sentence. So submission does not mean you have to die in the marriage. So it's just remaining, play your own role, be in your space. That's what submission is all about. Be in your space.
Habitat for. Can someone respectfully disagree with their spouse, or how can they do it? Especially when you're talking submission.
Yes.
And then your spouse has a different opinion that you possibly totally disagree with, or you think not entirely what it should be. Can you disagree, and how do you do that without being rude?
Yes, that's the bottom line. I'm happy you understand the principles now without being rude, respectively. You can hear your views because it's about partnership. Do you know we are the neck of our husbands? Do you understand? So the neck is what actually sustains the head. Do you understand? It sustains the head. Our men cannot flip their head without us. We are very important. So sometimes you disagree to agree. Not everything you agree with your husbands. There's some plans it comes in with sometimes. There's some women that are very, very intelligent when it comes to mentally, when it comes to some decisions, in terms of finance, they're very, very good. Do you understand? A man might not be good in that area, but your wife is very good. And that's where partnership comes in. And your wife said, no, this route you're trying to take, it's going to destroy you. No, but there's a way your presentation skills. How did you say to that man? So at the end of the day, if the man said, no, I don't want, you allow his own to prevail. You allow it. But you have presented your case. Do you understand? As you're presenting your case, be sure that your body language is calm. Your tone, everything is calm. So the man understands that, look, my wife is talking to me. Yeah. Do you understand? You're presenting something. And if he sees reason with it, he buys it. But if he feels, oh no, I don't think I want to go through this route, And he says, no, as a wife, what do? You keep quiet. You allow him be, because it's rule. It will rule over you. His rule at the end of the day takes the place. So when he makes mistakes and he comes back to you, you were like, oh, but I told you initially that we shouldn't do this. Do you understand? Men sometimes they come back to their wife and like, oh, no, all those ego thing will come down after every other thing, But a woman will not also use that against them, because they've also learned a very hard way. So you bring them back and let them know, this is what I was trying to make you understand, but you didn't. But anyway, the harm has been done. So how do we move from here? The solution mindset is very important that we have it as women. Because they made a mistake, we're not like, oh, they will die, good for them. We told them that they shouldn't do this, and look at them now. No, as a woman. No.
When a woman is submissive, or understands submission rather, how does that affect the home? How does that influence the home? What's the impact it has on the home?
In fact, the impacts are enormous. The peace that you get is not negotiable. That a woman lead with influence, do you understand? Understand what submission is? Makes him understand there's an authority over her head, Like, no, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I do in terms of academics, in terms of my career, in terms of my professions, or whatever, without bringing my husband in. Yes, I have a reason of doing that. Because when you bring them into it, it makes them feel that they're on top. So it makes them want to help you. It makes them want to feel, yes, this woman recognized my position in her life. You understand? My husband is not here right now, but he sent me a chain of wristwatches. Expensive wristwatches. Harriet, which one do you want? But if I was not a submissive wife, do you understand? What would make my husband want to go out and like, let me buy a wristwatch for this woman? So a woman is submissive that brings herself down, makes the man feels, no, I have to protect this woman because it's not bossy like me. Because once you lose that thing, do you understand? You raise your voice on your husband, you want to raise shoulder with him. It's always a tug of war in the house. The man does not see you as a wife anymore. He does not see you as a female. He now sees you as a man that's trying to challenge him. So it becomes, okay, bone to bone. Let's challenge his shoulder. So you have everything to lose because the man will not be thinking about you. Because what he thinks is a fellow man that's trying to challenge him. But when a man sees you as a female, you remain in your space, he wants to naturally protect you. That is meant for you. They want to naturally protect you. Even when you don't ask for some specific gift, they go out and buy it for you because you are under them. I don't know how I can emphasize on this because I know I lead. I am a leader in my home, but I lead with influence, but not with control.
Okay.
I don't dominate. I live with influence, not with dominance. I am not going to dominate my husband. I don't sit on his seat because I cannot sit on his seat. Do you know what a man is shouldering? Can a woman do that? Even when you have all the money in the world, men in their position is the way God did it. I don't know how they did it. They have one specific role that if they are not in your life, you will feel the impact of a man. Say also is a woman. Do you understand? Yeah. You cannot displace anybody. We have our role that God has given to us that we will need to play. Stay in your space. You will function best. Every woman hearing the sound of my voice. Submission is not difficult. I know what I am enjoying. I'm telling you. They say, yes, I know the spoil war. You don't ballet, nothing. You collect what you want to collect. You are good to go. That raising shoulder, it doesn't work that way.
Is submission manipulative? Does it aid manipulation?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not really. You are in your space.
Yeah.
You understand your divine position, your divine purpose. Do you understand? You understand the rules, the principles, and you are playing by it. Like I just told you, my mom understood the principle. Even at that younger age, when a Christianity has not even come into being, but my mom understood the principle that, look, I will function best when I'm in my space. In spite of how I've been treated, but the value is my action should be tied to my value. Am I a wife? Am I treated well? No. But should I also give him back? No. I will do the role that God has asked me to do. I will perform my duties. Two wrongs cannot make it right. So as my husband, my father was hitting her, she was hitting her with a cool hair. My father is bringing a very hot hair, while my mother is giving a cool hair. And at the end of the day, the whole place was diffused. At the end of the day,
balance.
It was balanced. Do you understand? But when you give evil for evil, what happens? You are just sending the man away, further away from you. That's why we see emotional disconnection everywhere, because it's a cycle, it's a pattern. Let me tell you something. Women that don't submit to their husband, this is a pattern. If your husband comes with the heat, because of your character, because you see this in builds. Emotional pile-ups. It builds. There's an attitude a woman puts on all the time that the man gets irritated. After some time, the man becomes muted. You're talking to the man is silent. He doesn't want to participate. He doesn't want to talk to you because it's a pile-up of emotional pile-up. He's tired. His own storage, emotional storage, is full with junks. He is tired. So what he does was for him to go silent and muted. You're talking to him and the man is silent. He doesn't want to speak. But it was not overnight. It was a continuous thing. It builds to that level that the man does not want to speak anymore. So a woman that is submissive, that wants to remain in a position, in a space, you understand that, look, if my husband comes with heat, I will not give you heat. Because I know if I give you heat, you are going to go further away from me. I am the home builder here. I have a home to build. Maybe the man does not understand. But when you come with heat, I am going to give you peace at the end of the day. And after some time, you will notice this men, they will start coming back to you. Instead of sending them away, they are coming back to you. You will see them, they become very calm, want to understand how you do it. With all the eats they give to you, they're able to control your emotions, your peace is non-negotiable and everything. You will win your home at the end of the day. Okay. So you don't do that. Evil for evil. You hit me, I hit you. This man will go further away from you. And there's emotional disconnection. It goes away, you go away. It continues. It becomes a constant pattern. So if that pattern is not interrupted, what happens? We see divorces. Let's head up to the court because of a repeated pattern. So one person must interrupt that pattern.
All right. Let's get your thoughts now. You have been following this conversation. A man, a woman listening, and you have a question to ask, or maybe ask you these questions. What does submission in marriage mean to you? You're a woman listening. What do you think it means to you? As a man, what do you think you identify submission as? Do you think society has misunderstood the concept of submission? Can submission and equality coexist? And is submission still relevant in modern marriages? I mean, you've heard Harriet Ujeba talk about...
very relevant. Very relevant.
It has not gone stale.
Oh, no.
Right. And how do you even help your partner? How do you help your partner work easily in their space? Yeah. As a man, how do you make submission easy for your wife? And as a wife, how do you make leadership easy for your husband? 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951 for calls, for texts, or WhatsApp messages, 0701-9339-962. Those are the channels that you can reach us through. Whether you're calling or you're sending a text message, 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Family Circle. Oh, that call dropped. Call again, please. We had some messages coming a little even earlier. Most women tend to drift or give more allegiance to their maiden homes than their matrimonial homes because their homes were being run by their mothers, thereby making them not to be submissive to their marriages. So they see it as the norm in most modern homes. Let's take this call. Welcome to Family Circle.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Thank you. I want to ask, is it whereby have an issue with your wife, every time you be complaining, going back to his parents and they got you to them. Every time. What would you regard that kind of woman as? Thank you.
Okay, every time you're having issue with your wife and she tells you she's going to go back to her parents, every time there's an issue, the next statement is, I'm going to go back to my parents. How do you deal with that?
You're going to go back to your parents? Yeah, I'm sure. She needs to wake up. Somebody say, look, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. most women don't know. That's why I tell them, please come to the counselors. Let them speak to you. Let them talk to you. You know, it depends on the environment, your attachment style, where you grew up from. It is possible the mother is always threatening the father of wanting to go home. Every time there's a small issue, if she has to go home first, then they will go and beg her, bring her into the house all the time. So this is what she knows. And this is what she has actually brought to our romantic relationship, thinking that's the right way. The day she will go and the husband will never come to beg her and the marriage is over. That's why you see most of them are regretting right now because they left their husband's home out of ignorance.
But are there reasons to actually leave?
There are reasons, like when your life is on the threat,
stake. Okay.
It's at stake. Do you understand? You're being emotionally and physically abused. That's like a death sentence. Do you understand? But if those things are not happening to you, you have no reason to leave your home.
So misunderstanding can happen. And it's normal.
Yeah.
So you have to, as an adult, you have to stay and settle it and not always say.
Not only wants to go home, does she understand it's a threat to the woman.
Okay.
And you know, men have this complex ego. You're making me feel, you understand? You're putting me under pressure that you want to leave. One day the man tells you, then leave, and you go. Then when you go and test the outside world, then you understand that men as the children that are old enough to be your son are the people that are coming to talk to you, using your hands to rub your head, that you will see the insult that you've given to yourself with your own hands. Do you understand?
Yes.
So the man has to talk to the wife, sit down, set boundaries. The day you do this, you threaten me again that you want to go home with this, you will go and you never return back. Let the man be the man. Let him be the head. And you'll be so shocked that the woman will never do it again.
All right. Let's hear from this person. Welcome to Family Circle.
Good morning.
Yes, welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Ernest on the line.
Ernest, welcome.
Greta. I appreciate that my sister in the studio, not because I'm a man, but in the perspective that he is telling me as a man the truth. And also, if any wife, any woman will accept what he is saying as a truth. You know, I got something from her. She's talking about her mom, because the Bible says, train up a child in the way he or she should grow. And when she grows, she will not depart from it. And I believe that is the life that she is living. The Bible says that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. The Bible says that the wise man, a wise woman, and then a wise woman builds her own. How many wives are wise today? Not because of the qualification or paper qualification. I'm telling you, sometimes common sense is not common. We call it common sense. Common sense is not common. So I don't know. I can't talk to my wife because I'm not saying it because it's my wife. And if I need to come back my next world and see my wife, I will marry her, and I will never take her for granted. And I will never take her for granted. So I'm dating our sisters and our daughters, our mother. Marriage is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Marriage is so beautiful. And anybody that is not matured, please, should stay with the marriage. Thank you and God bless.
All right, we'll take another call. Welcome to Family Circle.
Good morning, my sister.
Good morning. Welcome.
I ask God to continue to bless the guests in your studio.
Amen.
My dear sister, if I remember my past years as a bachelor, I prefer it now than now that I'm a married man with a family. Let me tell you, when you have a nagging woman, a woman that doesn't appreciate you, like what she doesn't even take authority from you, that feel that he has an ego, is a problem. He kills a man easily. If not for the Christian life that I live since I surrendered to Christ, like somebody, most of us who are ministers are suffering hell in the hands of our wives. Go and find out. A lot of pastors are passing hell. You know one thing? People here educating, trying to lead to Christ to come in to advise you. You will be pastor or not supposed to. That's what I'm telling you. They show these arrogant men, these men that smoke, women respect them. Because it will block off your eye in every single mistake. Those who keep home, who feel that they have surrendered their body to white, that sometimes a woman will tell you he doesn't feel like this and that, knowing fully that he have no girlfriend, no woman outside, it is only her. My dear, we are passing hell.
I'm not sure they're not even listening to this radio. What they do is after social media, content creator, celebrity, painting like a man, trying to rub shoulder. When you want to give order, it's trying to counter it because their position. Please, I'm telling you, you need to go to church and preach, mostly to pastor's wife. Go and find out, I'm telling you. 80% of pastors are suffering hell in the hands of their wife. But their wife respect other pastors. So if you heard about one Anambra pastor that are sleeping with 11 women, so they are 17, surrender to abandon their wife. These are people's wife. This generation now that used to go naked with the pregnancy, that are dying at the age of 25, 30, do you know what is killing them? They refuse to honor their husband. They have sold the integrity of marriage to devil. You will see a mother walking naked. If you try to advise her, you say it is a generation. You are old person. No, it's
All right then.
unfortunate.
All right
God
then.
bless you.
Welcome to Family Circle.
Good morning. Your question is a yeah. Yeah, let's say you get particular lifestyle you get when you get your wife. And let's say you later man up. Are you expecting that to talk? What should you do? You know that you have someone to them get. Before you born up. After money, you want to stop all the because the case you can say as a so you know so this is the money here. So that's the number.
All right. So that's why I go wrong. If you start on a very wrong platform, you end up. Do you understand? Do you understand? Men don't change women. Women don't change men. There's some habits you've seen that you know you cannot cope with in the long run. Do not even tolerate it. It's a red flag. Because if you cannot really change to get a man, you know, what make you feel after getting the man? This person will change. What make you feel? Do you understand? Okay, now we are courting, we are boyfriends and we are girlfriends, we are courting. Do you understand? You know, it's like when a man is campaigning for an election. Do you understand? He'll give you all the promises, but as soon as he wins, what happens? He doesn't need a campaign team anymore. He's now the president. So what do I need my campaign team for? He goes back to his share. So men and women must understand that courtship is not about only let's sleep with each other, about sex, intercourse. No, there are more things you need to look for. There's some red flags you know in the future that you cannot cope with. So once you notice it, you know that this person has this habit, and you know in the long run you cannot cope with it, do not go into it. And that's the problem that this man has right now. Because when a very onset you saw this woman was a drunkard. He sees a group of women, they drink, and probably they get drunk. But because of maybe there's one reason why you stick to this woman, you know, you are blind to this aspect of it. But right now you're married to this woman, you expect her to change overnight. It will take the grace of God to change that woman, the grace of God, or you bring her to a counselor to speak to her, not from your own perspective, but from the counselor's perspective. You know.
Right, this person sends a message saying, a beautiful and incisive program. May your efforts never be in vain in Jesus' name from Kano. And I think the issue of submission is more in Christian homes because they feel divorce is not an option. Madam, we need you in churches to teach this. Thank you, Andy from Port Harcourt. Good morning, beautiful presenter and your intelligent guest. When woman is submissive to her husband, that will give birth to peace. That will give birth to peaceful home, endless love, happiness, understanding, and all marriage requires to stand. Women should learn from this great and intelligent speaker for us to have a peaceful and wonderful society. Today's women who have been blessed financially and otherwise, they see submissiveness to their husbands as slavery and uses every opportunity to act in rivalry. Queen, submission means submit to power. Power means leadership. Leadership means principles. The word principle means prince, and prince means first. Understanding the first rule, and what is the first rule? The law. What is the law? principle principle of Prince Self, the Word of God. Madam and Mrs. Ojiba, thank you so much. I bet continue telling your genders. Queen, trust you're learning from her teaching like I do.
So why is the queen coming in now?
I wonder.
I know.
All right, keep the calls coming. Yeah, any question that you have to ask, you can ask any question you have to ask. Madam Harriet, I was thinking this morning about I don't know why that came to mind. I didn't even really remember that we're going to talk about this because you had sent me the topic yesterday. I was thinking about women who grew up in homes where their fathers did not treat their mothers rightly, and how difficult they would always fight men. What is there a relationship? Why does that happen?
Yes. Sometimes I call them the bitter women.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Based on their experience, you understand? I call them the bitter women. So they feel all men are scam.
Okay.
Yes, all men are scam. That's why I tell women as much as possible. Even though I know my father didn't actually treat my mother well, because sometimes we can see it.
Yeah.
But my mother would never reveal it. So even sometimes when we go to my mother and say like, why are you doing this for daddy now? Do you understand? Your mother is not even treating you well. You're like, who told you? Am I doing it for your father? No, I'm not working for him. I'm not working for a human. I'm working for a supernatural being who was giving me the privilege to act in this capacity. So I'm not working for him. So don't worry. When you get married, you understand that we have a role to play as a woman.
So the relationship a woman had with her father can affect the relationship
it can affect the relationship. That's why we tell men, we tell parents, please, your children will model you.
Okay.
So that's why if you are being maltreated, don't call these women. There's something called being emotional enmeshment, like bringing the top part of your children into your wahala, the problem, the conflict of your home. You see a mother calling the daughter, understand, saying, this girl, her brain is not matured enough to contain those kind of informations now. So you do not stress their brain. When you do that and begin to say, oh, the father done to this girl, to you, to her, she now feels, oh, men are scam, men are wicked. It has sees marriage that no, marriage is not something I should go into. But you forgot that all men are different. Your father might not be your husband. It might not be the type of man you marry tomorrow. It might be quite different. So you will not look at the relationship between your mother and your father and bring it into your. But unfortunately, that's how it happens. Because you were there. That was the norm. That was the value you saw. So you begin to see men as scam. That is why you see marital counseling, pre-marital counseling is key. As a single, if you know the attachment style, how you grew up from, you begin to work on yourself now. See counselors. We begin to work you out from that, that negative, side. We begin to replace irrational thought with rational thought. You are quite different from your mom. It doesn't mean, okay, because your father didn't working well with your mom, doesn't mean your own relationship will be that way. So we begin to replace that irrational thought with a rational thought. So that's where we come in. Even before you get married, we begin to build you up. So that when you see a man and a man that is ready to get married to you, you don't say like, look, I will deal with him fire for fire, because the way they treated my mom was just like a fool to my father. And at the end of the day, she didn't gain anything. Do you understand? So we begin to prepare your mindset even before your marriage. So it's important.
Interesting. So for a woman listening who thinks, okay, I want to up my submission game, or I think I haven't all of these things that you have stated as walking in my place, in my natural space and place. How do I get better? How does she get better?
Normally, we know our husbands, our head, our spiritual head. Do you understand? They want to feel that way. They are not just craving for it. They're not just demanding for it. It is a spiritual order. It was an ordinance from God and not from your husband. Your position as a wife to your husband was not arranged by you. It was God who made marriage. Do you understand? Who constituted this institution? So we must realize that, look, we are women and our space, we know our space. That's why I say knowledge is power. You need to read. What are my roles as a woman? What are my roles? What are my biblical roles? What are my social roles? We have so many roles as women, the roles we play, not just biblically alone, socially. A man also wants you to be their friend. They want to be to gist with them, you to talk about them about their workspace and every other thing. So you begin to learn. If you don't know, come to us. We will teach you how to navigate safely. We will, by God's grace.
All right. Thank you so much, Harriet and okay.
No, they have to follow me. They have to follow me, please. Okay.
Your guest has spoken well, but I don't think the advice is for this generation. Anyway, foolishness must exist for wisdom to be relevant.
No, they can hear you. The changes are coming gradually. I'm working with a group of women, young women right now under my umbrella, my tutelage, and it's really, their marriage has been transforming. I'm telling you. We have over 200 women right now. You can imagine, because I'm building them up that they also will go and influence the younger women and begin to also teach. They will become leaders in their own. Do you understand? Bringing other women under their umbrella. They will not come together annually. That's what God is using me to do. There are going to be changes, hopefully.
Right. Thank you so much, Harriet.
So they should follow. Please follow me. Premier Women International. It's very important too. If you don't follow me, if you don't share, oh my goodness, you're unfair. Very unfair.
All right, you've heard Premier Women International on Facebook.
On Facebook.
You can do a quick follow.
Instagram as well, TikTok, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Harriet Ojeba, and do have a fantastic weekend.
Well, thank you so much.
The news, the world news, rather, will be coming up in a minute and 50 seconds. Do stay with us. I'm Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Today FM 95.1 Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Voice of the people. Hey. Rise and shine, it's a brand new day. Today's the station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk, keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go, sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your people, your destination. We're not just a station. Today FM 95.1, the voice of the people. Number one, news and sports, talk all day, keeping rivers on the way. Not just a station, we are the station. Today FM, the pride of the nation. Cross rivers by Sabia too. Akwa Ibom, cross river, we're reaching you. Around the world, we're live online. Every moment, every time. Advertise your business, make it grow. Millions are listening, let them know. Visit us at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Port Harcourt. Listen, live at your $24. Anyone left to your life, to your white. Vegan, admin at Today FM. Today FM 95.1. The voice that keeps this city strong. New sports talk every day, lighting up your every way. Not just the station, we are the station. Today FM 95.1.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Queen Chima. The headlines. Federal government begins plans for local production of family planning materials. Opposition parties demand EFCC chairman's removal over Osun state account freeze. Atiku raises alarm over unauthorized campaign transfer into his account on the foreign scene. U.S. Senate confirms Trump's former lawyer as Attorney General. Now, the detail. The federal government says it is taking steps to begin the local production of family planning materials in Nigeria. The move is aimed at reducing the country's dependence on imported family planning commodities, creating jobs for young Nigerians and strengthening the health sector. The coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, announced this while inaugurating an inter-ministerial platform in Abuja. Professor Pate said Nigeria's growing population could become a major advantage for the country if the right investments are made in health, education, skills, and youth empowerment. He noted that Nigeria currently has an estimated population of about 230 million people and is projected to reach between 450 and 500 million by 2050. The minister stressed the need for deliberate planning to ensure that the growing population is healthy, educated, and economically productive, noting that the new inter-ministerial platform would bring together relevant government agencies to address the needs of Nigerians throughout different stages of life, from adolescence to adulthood and parenthood. Professor Pate also highlighted the roles of the Ministries of Health, Finance, Education, Women Affairs, Youth Development, and Budget and Economic Planning in achieving the initiative. He said the National Population Commission would also play an important role in population planning, monitoring fertility trends, and helping Nigeria take advantage of its growing youthful population. The minister urged state governments, civil society groups, private organizations, and development partners to support the federal government's efforts to improve family planning and human capital development. Calls are mounting for the removal of the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, following the freezing of the Osun State government's account. Opposition parties and some Nigerians have accused the anti-graft agency of political bias, particularly with the August 15th governorship election approaching. The court party, New Nigeria People's Party, and some social media users are asking President Bola Tinubu to sack Olukoyede if he fails to resign. Recall that the EFCC had ordered a post-no bill on the Osun State government account with First Bank, citing suspicious transactions. The Commission said it had been investigating the account since March and had the power to restrict transactions from 72 hours based on reasonable suspicion. However, President Tinubu later directed the Commission to unfreeze the account, describing the action as embarrassing. The controversy has generated strong reactions online, with thousands of comments criticizing the EFCC's decision and its timing ahead of the governorship election. Presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, for the 2027 election, Atiku Abubakar, says an unknown person has made a suspicious payment into one of his private bank accounts. Atiku said the transfer was accompanied by the narration, "Contribution Electioneering Campaign." In a statement issued by his senior special assistant on public communication, Frank Shaibu, the former vice president said neither he nor his campaign authorized or solicited the payment. He said the circumstances surrounding the transaction are troubling, particularly because the account is strictly private and its details are not publicly available. Atiku is therefore questioning how an unknown person obtained the confidential banking details of the account. Operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, have arrested 3 more people suspected of being members of the gang that kidnapped the Dean of Agriculture at Nasarawa State University, Professor Samuel Avengebe Okunsebo. The university don was kidnapped in the early hours of July 15th at Mauku, a border community between Lafia and Nasarawa Egon local government areas. He was later rescued by DSS operatives, while 2 suspects, including a woman, were arrested during the operation. A security source said the 3 additional suspects were arrested yesterday at a local brothel along the Mararaban Akunza section of the Lafia-Makodi highway. The suspects were identified as 25-year-old Yakubu Abubakar, also known as Black or Starboy, 37-year-old Usman Abubakar Meiriga, and 27-year-old Salah Babaru Abubakar. The source said the suspects are now in DSS custody for further investigation following a valid detention warrant issued by a magistrate's court. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news and foreign stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you for staying with us. Now, the rest of our stories. Chairman of Air Peace, Alan Onyema, is warning that several Nigerian airlines could collapse within the next 30 days unless urgent steps are taken to address the challenges facing the aviation industry. Onyema made the warning during the launch of the biography of Medview Airline Chairman Munie Bankole. He said the controversy over the payment of a 5% ticket and cargo sales charge is not about airlines refusing to meet their statutory obligations. According to him, the major concern is the burden created by the current system of collecting the charge. The Air Peace chairman is calling for greater cooperation between the government and airline operators, including the introduction of a fixed unit charge that would make revenue collection easier and reduce disputes. He also criticized threats by labor unions to picket airlines over the issue, describing the move as unprecedented and an attempt to intimidate operators. Onyema said Nigerian airlines are already operating under difficult conditions, including high borrowing costs, inadequate infrastructure, bird strikes, and multiple operational charges. He's therefore urging the federal government to intervene urgently to prevent more airlines from shutting down. An elder statesman in River State, Wenendawali, has called on stakeholders to shift focus from drafting economic blueprints for political candidates ahead of 2027 to setting clear and enforceable expectations for governance. Speaking in an interview with Today FM's correspondent Esose Onabu, Wali emphasized that master plans drawn up without the input of those who will implement them often end up unused once a new administration takes over. He noted that what Rivers people need are commitments to structural and fundamental issues rather than token projects, while stressing that since the return to democracy in 1999, politicians have consistently failed to match promises with action due to weak electoral accountability.
When it comes to development of blueprints and development master plans, the stakeholders should include those who are going to implement them. Now, if I go and draw up a master plan, the person who assumes power is under no obligation whatsoever to implement it. Take, for example, if I develop a blueprint for development of oil palms in Rivers State, and the person who takes over, or the class of people who assume office or assume power come May 29, 2027 may have an entirely different perspective about government and governance. So I would rather that people sat down and agree on some expectations from government that are not tokenist, but things that are structural and fundamental.
While he further maintained that without real electoral power for voters, governance will continue to favor political cabals and party interests, and any plans by stakeholders will just be an exercise in futility.
The only chain or the leech that Nigerians have around politicians is the day we are able to put ourselves in a position where we can determine who becomes what. If we can make that call, then we don't have anything that will force politicians to do what is in the best interest of society. If you're operating from an ecosystem where somebody knows that the only way he will come back to that office is if the people think that he has done well, as long as you do not determine how somebody gets into office, he's going to do only what he feels that is right for his clique, for his cabal, for his group, and for the platform that brought him into office.
The Nigerian Navy says it has stepped up operations against crude oil theft and illegal bunkering in Rivers State. The Navy said its personnel operating under Operation Delta Sentinel have disrupted an illegal oil operation and recovered thousands of liters of suspected stolen and illegally refined petroleum products. In one of the operations, personnel of the Forward Operating Base Bonny acted on intelligence about an attempt by suspected oil thieves to establish illegal connections to oil infrastructure in the Bethel community area of Bonny local government area. The operation led to the discovery of an illegal refining site, 2 pits containing about 24,000 liters of suspected stolen crude oil, as well as long hoses believed to have been installed to facilitate crude oil theft. The Director of Naval Information, Navy Captain Abiodun Folorunsho, said the operation disrupted the illegal activities before the facility became fully operational. In a separate operation, personnel of the Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder intercepted a speedboat along the One-Okrika waterway. The boat was carrying about 17,000 liters of suspected illegally refined automotive gas oil (AGO). The Navy says the boat and recovered petroleum products have been handed over in line with established procedures, while efforts are ongoing to identify and arrest those behind the illegal operation. Navy Captain Abiodun Folorunsho said the operations demonstrates the Navy's continued commitment to fighting crude oil theft, illegal bunkering, and the destruction of Nigeria's oil and gas infrastructure. He said the Navy will continue intelligence-driven operations to dismantle illegal refining sites, protect the maritime environment, and safeguard the nation's economic interests. On the foreign scene, the United States Senate has confirmed that President Donald Trump's former personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, as the country's Attorney General. Blanche, who had been serving as acting Attorney General, secured confirmation by 50 votes to 49. He previously represented President Trump as a private lawyer during several criminal trials before joining the government. The confirmation came despite strong opposition from Democrats who accused the Trump administration of turning the Justice Department into a political tool. Republicans narrowly control the Senate, and there had been concerns that some members of the party could oppose Blanche's confirmation. On one of the major areas of disagreement was a proposal to establish a $1.8 billion fund for people described by President Trump as victims of politically motivated prosecutions. The proposal is expected to include some of those involved in January 16, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Despite the concerns raised by Democrats and some Republicans, Blanche secured the Senate's approval and will now formally serve as the United States Attorney General. But still on the foreign scene, a United States appeals court has upheld an order stopping work on President Donald Trump's proposed White House ballroom. The decision has angered the U.S. president and could lead to another legal battle before the Supreme Court over the limits of presidential authority. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit agreed with the lower court that the major renovation of the White House requires explicit approval from Congress. The appeals court has, however, suspended the effect of its ruling for 2 weeks to give President Trump time to approach the Supreme Court. Trump has described the decision as politically motivated, unlawful, and a threat to national security. He has vowed to immediately challenge the ruling at the Supreme Court. The president initially said the ballroom was needed to host major events and galas, but has also linked the project to the construction of an underground military bunker and other security facilities. In sports, English football authorities have introduced new safety rules aimed at preventing serious injuries caused by brick and concrete barriers around football pitches. The move follows the death of former Arsenal youth player Billy Vigar, who suffered a brain injury during a match in September 2025. Vigar was 21 and playing for Chester City, was injured after colliding with a concrete barrier during a match against Wingate and Finchley in North London. Following the incident, the Football Association carried out a safety review and has now issued new guidelines for lower league clubs. Under the new rules, solid brick, breeze block, and concrete barriers around pitches will no longer be permitted. The regulation applies to clubs in the National League system for men, covering steps 1 to 6 as well as tiers 3 and 4 of the Women's National League. The FA said existing barriers must be removed as soon as reasonably possible, and where removal is not possible because of structural reasons, the barriers must be covered with suitable protective material. The FA said affected clubs have already been informed and will be required to take action under the new safety measures. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Federal government begins plans for local production of family planning materials. Opposition parties demand EFCC chairman's removal over Osun state account freeze. We told you that Atiku Abubakar has raised alarm over unauthorized campaign transfer into his account. And on the foreign scene, U.S. Senate has confirmed Donald Trump's former lawyer as Attorney General. That was the news as edited by Ordina Kachi Celestine. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatriman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International, go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic of discussion is STD and STI. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sexually transmitted infections are challenges that get into the body system through sexual interaction. But the basic thing is that the causative organism is able to get into the body system and continue to divide, thereby having the privilege of affecting body cells to cause signs and symptoms. When sexually transmitted organisms get into the body system, they can be classified based on the causative organism. Some are caused by bacteria, some are caused by virus, some are caused by fungi and other parasites. But when they get into the body system, the manifestations that one is going to get do differ in some cases. For instance, in gonococcal infection, in a man, it may not take more than 3 days before the man will start experiencing burning sensation in the urinary tract or painful urination. And when it's getting to, let's say, 7 days, you can start noticing some discharge from the male organ. In women, it may not be like this because their genital is wider than that of men. So it can hide in their body system for quite a very long period of time. In some people, they can be seen as carriers. There are other organisms that can cause challenges that are different from just burning sensation or discharge from the genitals. When we talk about herpes simplex virus, people suffering from herpes simplex virus can experience blisters and ulcers in the private part that will be seen as wound. Some can be very painful. Some can even have some discharge in form of blood, and you see that as regular wounds. In syphilis, at the beginning, there can just be pimple-like eruptions around the pubic region, which may disappear over a week or two. But that disappearance does not mean that the organism is totally cleared from the body system. It is during that period that it will be able to go into the body tissue to continue dividing, to encroach the body further. It can go to a latent stage, a stage in which the organism is inside the body as if it is sleeping or resting. But if anything happens that triggers it, definitely one will start experiencing serious challenges. When we have all this and we fail or refuse to take care of the body, definitely complications can set in. In women, when complications are already appearing, there can be serious menstrual pains. In some women, there can be discharge coming from the genitals that can even have offensive odor. In some, it is possible for them to experience serious lower abdominal pains. Most at times, these do follow their monthly menstrual bleed. In some women, if it is allowed to continue, you discover that the fallopian tube can be damaged, a situation where this area will be blocked totally. That will be seen as blockage of fallopian tube, which can really lead to infertility in women. It can be primary infertility or secondary infertility, as the case may be. In men, when infectious agents are able to stay and proliferate, that is divide, to encroach the body tissues very well, definitely the sanctuaries of the body can be reached. Part of the sanctuaries of the body is the testicles. When they get into the testicles, it can lead to orchitis, a situation where the bulbs, that is the testicles, will become very painful. It can be swollen, and at that stage, the lifespan of sperm cells coming from these testicles can reduce, or they reduce in number. When they reduce in number, that can lead to oligospermia. But if nothing is done, and this is allowed to continue for a certain length of time in the body, it is possible for all the cells to become dead, a situation where we have azoospermia. In such situations, it will be impossible for such a man to impregnate his woman as a result of a sexually transmitted infection that has been poorly handled or that has been ignored. Part of the complications of sexually transmitted infections in men is a situation where a man is unable to stand like a man like he used to do before. And that's why we say, whenever we experience anything that is strange in our body system, it is very important for one to visit competent healthcare giver who will be able to give the right advice to get out of the challenge. In other words, if one is faced with challenges that have to do with sexually transmitted infections, having burning sensation, painful urination, discharge from the genitals, blisters, wounds, mind you, having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Liman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine there, we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
A lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.